It's time for another verse in the song for Sir Waymar P. Royce. I am Matthew.
And I am Lucas.
And I almost messed up our introduction because I forgot how it went, but I didn't. We're good. We're super fine.
Nice.
And welcome. Today we are going to be talking about Game of Thrones Season 3 episodes.
Season 3?
Oh my gosh. Season 4. Oh my gosh.
Yup.
No, it's already time to reset this episode.
Let's just go get our Toblerones.
We're fighting through it. So, Season 4, episodes 5, 6, 7, and 8. And if it's Season 4, Episode 8, then open up a Toblerone and eat a piece of it in honor in honor of Prince Oberyn.
I always pronounce this Oberyn, like obelisk, the tormentor.
I always say his name wrong. I always call it Oberon, like some sort of like fantasy creature, but not Oberyn. So eat a Toblerone for poor Prince Oberyn.
Yeah, where's your Toblerone? Yup, Toblerone.
Where's your Toblerone?
Dang.
So today we're gonna start a little bit different. We are gonna go through the 4 episodes, and we have extensive notes about all 4 of them. Some of us do anyway.
Wow.
But before we do that, we're going to do a segment that we have not done in a while, which is Lucas's theories from reading on the show. So we're going to get a little update of Lucas's theories about the show, about what is going to happen for the future of Game of Thrones and Westeros and Essos and all of that good stuff. So
not so much about the future, but about the past.
Ooh.
Yes. All right. I am about 90% sure, and just going back through Storm of Swords, that Lyanna is Jon Snow's mother. 90% sure. I could be completely wrong here, but I'm pretty darn sure. And let me give some of my evidence for it. So, unfortunately, I didn't have a chance to go back and reread all of Ned's POVs, because I'm just wondering if Ned refers to his baseborn children as, like, my children, my son, my daughter, and then if he would say, and then there's Jon kind of thing. So he's just like, oh yeah, my sons and Jon, or my children and Jon. So I didn't get to actually verify that. I think I only read like 2 or 3 chapters when I had this like fever pitch of like, oh my God, I think I'm right. So talking about Rhaegar, who Robert killed on the Trident, and who the Juggernaut killed his kids and wife. What was it? What was the thing? I know it's a little bit ahead of us. Like, you murdered her, you raped her, you killed her children.
You killed her children. You raped her. You murdered her. I think so. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I'll be honest. Like parts of that whole scene are kind of blocked out in my mind because it's just so fitting but sad. It's fitting but it's sad.
Indeed.
But yeah. So Rhaegar. The mountain that rides, aka the Juggernaut, aka the Juggernauts. He ended Toblerone's sister and all of her kids, and was like a horrible person to her, because this world is a very cruel world.
It is. It's horrible. I mean, just. Anyways, so it's been hinted in the books that there's this one castle called Summerhall. And Summerhall is on the eastern side. It's probably between, I found it before. It's definitely north of Dorne, because Dorne's on like the southern part of it. Mm-hmm. Summerhall is... I need to pull up my map of Westeros. Oh yeah, it's right on the edge of the Dornish Mountains, so it's a little bit north of the Dornish Mountains, and it is quite a ways south of King's Landing. But apparently that's where Rhaegar was born. And Rhaegar is a super fascinating character that they don't really get into in the show, but he was a musician and he loved his harp, and he was a thinker, and he was actually not very good at anything. He was not a warrior. And then he trained to become a warrior after he read a scroll. So he read a scroll and was like, okay, I got to go train and be a warrior. But he was born in grief at Summerhall. And there's just been like all these like, what happened there? Like, why is he born in grief? And the consensus from the fans, and me included, is that he was born in grief, and we're thinking that there was some weird magical experiment that was happening at that castle. Now, the castle's completely ruined, but some theories out there where they're trying to reborn dragons, they're trying to birth dragons or use wildfire to create dragons or hatch them from the eggs or something. So apparently Rhaegar was born there.
Okay.
And later on in his life, obviously before he died, he would make trips to Summerhall alone, and he'd come back with a new song. My theory is that he would go to Summerhall to meet Lyanna, and that would inspire him for his new music, and then he'd travel back to King's Landing with his new song. And, well, one time he did come back. Lyanna was at King's Landing, and that's when they had the great tournament where Rhaegar unseated everybody, and he won. And he rode past his wife, Elia, and Elia Martell, not to be confused with Tyrell. But he rode past Elia, and he gave the flowers to Lyanna to crown her the Queen of Beauty and Love for the day of the tournament. Just like Loras did that for Sansa, although Loras and Sansa is very different. But no, this was not different. There was like meaning behind it. And they say that was the day where happiness died. Because it was right then where, and I had to go back and check the timelines of everything. Rhaegar stole Lyanna, which created the whole war, which created Robert's Rebellion. So it was sort of like Helen of Troy. So he steals Lyanna, and he travels her down to Dorne, and then I think because he abducted her, that was why the war was fought. Because if Lyanna ever came back in between, there'd still be a war, but like we would have Lyanna there. Now, there was the big wars that was fought, and as you've watched through the show or read the books, you know that these wars aren't like 4 battles and then it's over. It's like a constant campaign that takes months, maybe like 9 of them. And I had to like kind of double check and think about things through, because he rode back down, and he rode to, I know where it is on the map. Let me get the location for you. Looking for that map of the south. Where is it? Apologies. The Tower of Joy. Now, the Tower of Joy is within the Dornish Mountains. It's south of a town called Night Song, but it's like right above Dorne. It's in that little mountain range of Dorne. Yeah, I put a lot of thought into this. So they were all fighting this, and Ned was doing this, and eventually Ned came down to the Tower of Joy, and that's where he was with Howland Reed and a couple others, and he fought with 3 of the Kingsguard. And the 3 of the Kingsguard was, of course, the famous one is Arthur Dayne, Sword of the Morning, and I think the White Bull, and I think there was another Kingsguard who was just fearsome warrior. Ned brought 7 against 3. And only 2 lived. Ned and Howland Reed. And of course, Howland Reed is the father of Jojen and Mira Reed, who are currently traveling with Bran. So he was a small Crannog man, and yeah, Ned and he are like tight. So like a part of me's just like so much like, oh my god, like who's Howland Reed? I'd love to learn more about the Reach and all this stuff, because they're like really cool, really interesting. But, you know, we only have Dance of Dragons left, or Dance with Dragons. Anyways, I digress. And so after the battle, they go in there, and Lyanna looks up to Ned and says, promise me. And I was like, the only thing that it could be. And Ned said yes. When I first read it, I thought that the promise was to bring Lyanna's body back up to Winterfell to bury her. That's what I thought. But now, the only thing that could give somebody who's dying like complete relief is if, yeah, they're going to raise one of my child as your own. And I think that's what gave her like a lot of relief. Well, Ned takes the baby and he travels over to Dorne. I'm sorry, we're in Dorne. Jeez.
Yeah.
I should just have the map. I'm so sorry. I should have been way more prepared.
You can find a map online that doesn't spoil anything.
I'm sure. I know. But where was it? Was it Hornhill? It was Starfall. That's right, Starfall. In A Storm of Swords, this scene was cut from the show. Arya is with a little boy. It's chapter 44. I have it referenced here. It's chapter 44 of Storm of Swords, and Arya is with this boy who is from Dorne, and just like, oh, I know you. You're Arya. Yeah, I'm from Dorne. Somebody I know was with your half brother, Jon Snow. Someone's with her. Yeah, we're milk babies or something. Like we're milk brothers, and I meant that like they were both like, sucked off the same woman's teats, kind of.
From the same wet nurse, yeah.
Same wet nurse, yes. Thank you. Much more politely said than anything I did. And so there was a mention of that. But then he said something else that made Arya super upset. This is just a little boy. He told Arya that, yeah, and then you have Ashara Dane. Yeah, she was like a princess. And he said that Ashara loved Ned Stark so much that she committed suicide. She jumped off the tower and to her death because she loved Ned. And Arya was like, no, my father only loved my mother. Like, that was it. So it got my gears going. And I thought, why would she jump off like that? She's a princess and probably quite beautiful, coming from the Danes, right? Sir Arthur Dane and all this stuff. Like, there's stuff there that we don't know, but there's like juicy stuff. And I was like, oh my gosh. And we're not going to get to it. I'm not going to get to it through Dance of Dragons. So I'll be very sad because there's some like super juicy stuff there that I'm very interested in. But I started thinking like, well, why would she commit suicide like that? Because I feel like that is true. The only reason why I could think that she committed suicide was because Ned spurned her. And I thought, why would Ned spurn her? Because ever since Brandon Stark, Ned's older brother, died, Catelyn was then betrothed to Ned. And I think Ned was truthful to Catelyn. He wouldn't go out and have this little flirtatious thing with Ashara Dane. No, he would stay true. And by staying true, it broke Ashara's heart so much that she fell to her death. Well, if Ned, who is extremely honorable, he would do that. If he wouldn't bed Ashara, then he certainly would not have bedded a common townsfolk.
Right. Any lowly person, or just for the heck of it.
Right. And so he rode back with the baby. Now there's one more scene that really kind of, when I was putting it together, that I felt like was really, really pointed me in this direction. Was when he was talking to Robert Baratheon at the very beginning, when they're on the King's Road traveling down, and it's just Ned and Robert chatting, and Robert's like, oh, ha ha ha, you have a bastard too. Who was the woman? What was her name? You never told me what she looked like. And he's just like, oh, it's Wicca or Willa, whatever her name was. And then Robert was like, oh, what'd she look like? And then immediately Ned just shut it down. He was just like, no, and please don't ever ask me about that again. And I was like, yeah, because Ned would have to lie. And he would mix up details because it's not the truth. And he would get it wrong and this and this.
And he's
like
a bad liar.
Yeah, so he's a bad liar and he wouldn't be able to do it. So he just said, we're not going to talk about it. And I was like, that's because he's really not the father of Jon. So all those details together, gives me my 90% conclusion. Appreciate no spoilers. But if there is a different answer, because I guess the showrunners got it right. So if there's a different answer, it would have to be so good to like completely break down all of my logic on this. And if that happens, okay, that's fine. Like I will accept it. I will accept it. It'll be hard for me to accept. I'll probably say I like mine better, but I'm pretty sure that's how it's lined up. So I guess I'll find out.
Okay.
Did
you? Yeah.
Sorry. 2 more theories.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, Lyanna also died in Dorne. Okay. So it makes sense that Ned saw Lyanna, took Jon, and then went over to the other castle, which makes it be like, oh yeah, Jon was the Milk Brother or whatever.
Right.
Sorry. I think that instead of the Night King, I think it should have been the Night Queen. I don't think it should have been Night King. It should have been the Night Queen. Just throwing that out there.
Why?
Because Daenerys is queen across the narrow sea. And I think it would have been fitting for a queen versus queen battle at the end instead of like, I don't know, something else. So that's my take on it.
Did we talk about the Night King at all last episode?
We saw him.
Did I tell you anything about it?
I don't think so. Go ahead. It's okay to spoil this.
It would be like a not super consequential spoiler, but it would be a bit of a spoiler.
That's fine. So
the Night King is a creation of the show, from my understanding.
Yeah, I kind of figured.
Yeah, I think I might have said that last time, but yeah, the Night King is a creation of the show. So, like anything that involves the Night King, I feel like you need to kind of take with a grain of salt, and also think about who's developing this show, for lack of a better term. Like versus like if this was actually like a one main commander commanding all of the whites and all of the others, like would it make more sense from what you know versus what the show knows? And again, I think that like yes, you can, because the show breaks the whole like perspectives of the characters. God, the show has. If I think too hard about the show, it just makes me sad. Like it legitimately makes me sad because like they have these separate point of views, which we've discussed multiple times, and we're going to discuss again today because we've got more of that kind of content in these episodes where it's like, oh, because they're not constraining the points of view to the specific characters, which was my issue with the show way back when it started in 2011. And like it still kind of bugs me when it like especially as we talk about things that happen in the novel. I think like reveals and details that come out in these separate points of view would have been more interesting if contextualized by one of only a handful of main characters we follow, if that makes sense. Because then it also means that when characters cross over, it's a lot more impactful because we're limited by these specific points of view. So I guess what I'm saying is, even though you can do an omniscient point of view, like an ungodly amount of omniscient point of view, sometimes it's better narratively and mystery-wise to just rein it in a little bit. So I went off on a weird tangent there. But.
No, you and I have talked about how they kind of dispel the mystery pretty early on, or I still think they should have saved that it was Sir Barristan Selmy until kind of towards the end here. Yeah. Because you could just see this old guy and you're like, wait, I think he looks like kind of like this guy, and just have his beard grow out, be the same actor and everything, and just at the end he's just like, yeah, that's me. And then of course fans of the books will be like, oh, and in the show they're like, oh my gosh. Right. One thing they didn't do is that, at least I don't, you're gonna have to jog my memory on this, but in the books, Daenerys always asks for Sir Barristan to tell her about her family, because Sir Barristan guarded like 3 kings, so he knows the Mad King, he knows Rhaegar, he knows the one that came before, so he knew them like pretty intimately, and he would tell Daenerys about them. And I thought that was really cool, and I just, thinking back on it, like they may have, but I don't know.
I don't remember. I don't think they would have done that. For some reason, they're very much not interested in talking about Rhaegar.
which I believe is the father of Jon. I don't think the mother is the question of Jon. I think the father is. But I'm pretty sure it's Rhaegar.
I mean, just with the amount that you've talked about him, and like, just with the amount you've talked about him and sort of like Daenerys seeing Rhaegar and seeing the old kings and seeing all of these things, it's kind of like unfortunate that, I know I just said, you know, like it's smart to constrain points of view, but if you're doing a television show, and I've thought about this for like other things, but like if you're doing a television show, you can, and since it's a visual medium, you can much more easily break norms and go do a flashback and talk about the family and do it in a kind of like a fun and creative way and in an artistic way. But the show doesn't seem to be as concerned with that, concerned about the past and concerned about fleshing it out. And to be fair, there are so many characters already that it can get overbearing. But that's like, but as sort of the like the bearer of this huge novel, which again, I guess at the time that they were making the show, you know, they're just like, they're hoping to get all of the fans of the show or of the books, which is probably like, you know, maybe 1 million at most, probably like a couple 100,000. And so they're like, all right, well, we don't have to be like amazingly accurate. We don't have to be, you know, we can choose to cut things, but it's also just like baffling what they choose to cut and what they don't cut. But like you would think that, like, especially, I don't know. I told you that I've kind of like lost my train of thought, but like I kind of want to go back and rewatch the first episode because I have had problems with that first episode. I feel like I've always had problems with the first episode. And so I want to see, like, now that I've watched so much of it, if I go back and rewatch it, will I still have the same problems I have now? With the way it's
pilot.
filmed.
Like, it is the pilot. So some concessions should be made.
I guess so. Something that I've thought about, though, like, because I'm a big movie person, and it's like you have 45 minutes, like, when you sit down and watch a movie, and it's like a new movie and you don't know anything about the characters, and you sit down and you watch it, and it holds your attention all the way till the end of an hour and a half. So it shouldn't be too much to ask that a television show, if it's setting everything up, if a television show holds my attention and does something compelling in 45 minutes. You know, like, I think like that's enough of an ask. And I think for a lot of people it did, but for me it didn't. And I kind of want to go back and explore, like, well, now that I'm very strongly connected to the show, do I still have those problems with the way that it began? Would I have wanted it to begin differently? And if so, how would I do that? But yeah.
My last one is my third theory.
Mm-hmm.
So Caitlin comes back to life in the books. She's called Lady Stoneheart. And, you know, it seems like, whoa, this is like really weird, really out there. Like, how did this happen? So my final thought for my theories is that I think that whatever happened in Summerhall is affecting that. But I could be completely wrong. I don't know the entire lore and the realm and this or this, you know, and I'm not the author, but, you know, that's my theory. I feel like there's like a connection there. So
Lady Stoneheart does not appear in the show.
She does not. Sadly.
Which I unfortunately spoiled for Lucas, I think, like a couple weeks ago after we had watched the Reigns of Castamere. And and I kind of just let it slip, and so yeah.
No, that's fine. I'm fine with that. I won't be like waiting on pins and needles. Like, when's she coming back? When's she coming back?
She's my favorite character.
Totally. Yeah, I did stop reading Storm of Swords every time there was a Caitlyn chapter. Sure. Actually, I didn't, because I knew that Caitlin was tied to Rob, so it was very interesting.
Yeah. Well, Rob is Rob more compelling in the book or in the show?
Show. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
100% TV show. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, without a doubt.
For the better or for the worse, do you think?
Better. I thought better, but we talked about Brandon Sanderson, the promise, the progress, and the payoff, and in the book there wasn't a lot of promise with Rob. You're like, wow, never lost a battle. He's doing this. But the progress is really what did it, because you didn't see him in an entire book. He wasn't even in the Clash of Kings.
Right.
Like, at all.
Well, but yeah, and I like that's the thing though. It's like, I don't know. I always have this like give and take. I call it the Joker Harley effect, where in Batman the Animated Series they created Harley Quinn, and they would put her in with Joker, and the question was, are we putting Harley in too much? Is Joker losing his threatening stuff? Is he becoming too goofy? And so I feel like when it comes to characters that are talked about and not seen, because you don't see them, your mind takes over and they kind of assume a bit more of a mythic quality and a little bit less humanity, but a little bit more of like a legendary status. Now with that, like, with that said, I don't think there's a problem with showing a lot of Rob. Like I told you, I think in that episode, they kind of replace feeling bad that Caitlin, a character that you've spent so much time with, has died. That kind of gets replaced with Rob, a character that you've spent so much time with, has died. And again, like I'm sure we'll talk about, the showrunner's prerogative is very much on specific characters. And the specific characters that they have a prerogative on all share a very similar quality. So, unfortunately, Caitlin doesn't have that quality because Caitlin in the show is kind of boring.
Yeah, she was, her storyline was a mother. She was a mother, and then she was also a daughter. And, they cut all the Hoster-Tully stuff, which, is... in my opinion, it was sort of George R.R. Martin's way of saying, like, hey, I know that these folks are in Westeros, but they're still just people. They have the same kind of problems as we do, just in a different setting. And it's all very dramatic. And, we discussed it at length.
Shall we get started on the episodes we're talking about now?
Let's do it.
All right, let's do it. So... Episode 405, I call it. Season 4, Episode 5. First of his name, named obviously because Tommen is crowned king. Tommen.
First of his name.
Do you want to talk about it? So, my notes. So Tommen, I think at the beginning of the episode, Tommen is crowned king. And Cersei decides that it would be smart for him to marry Marjorie.
No, Marjorie Tyrell got. No
My thing
MGT.
is, and we talk about it a little bit later on, but I felt like the first three scenes, the first 3 point shifts of the episode, after coming off episode 404, which had that silky smooth Brian Cogman stuff, 405 starts off, and it just starts off with like very blunt, clunky D&D exposition, not Dungeons and Dragons exposition, David Benioff and D.B. Weiss exposition. So you have like Marjorie and Cersei, where they're just basically like, you should, let's face it, you hated Joffrey, but you'll never understand, like a mother will love someone, blah, blah, blah. But basically they just kind of like agree, like, Marjorie, you should marry Tommen. And then what you were saying, and you're right, like what your wife said about like Liza Aaron and Peter Baelish.
Oh, do you want to jump to the Vale?
Well, and then the last one, the last note that I had was like Sansa's channeling her old time with Joffrey to become a better liar. So those were like the 3 clunky exposition parts that I wrote down in my little book. But let's just start with King's Landing, and then we'll move we'll move quickly because I remember Tommen gets crowned king. It's like, God, how many crowning ceremonies do we need to have? Also, how many wedding ceremonies do we need to have? Good Lord.
Well, hopefully nobody dies.
Let's hope. So Tywin tells Cersei that there's no gold in Westeros, and that they get all of it from the banks of Bravos.
The Iron Bank.
The Iron Bank, which we'll see more of in the next episode. Yeah, and they're like, but the solution is that if we marry the Tywins and if we marry the Tyrells, then we have enough money between the two of us that we can pay all of the money back. And then Cersei asks Toblerone to send a ship back to Sunspear as a gift for Myrcella. Which I guess they talk about, like, that's where they're talking about, like, you always love your children and all of that stuff. And it's kind of a nice little, like, Toblerone and Cersei, who D.B. Weiss always calls Cersei, and it really annoys me. I don't know why. Like, and Cersei, I'm like, no,
I call it Westeros.
It's not a gentleman that is speaking. It is not Cersei. It is Cersei, but whatever.
A song for Cersei. We could have made it a song for Sir Say.
No,
a song for Sir Say!
Can you imagine if they just change, go in and edit every single Wikipedia page to change Cersei's name to be spelled Sersei instead of with a C?
No, Sir Say. Say it ain't so.
Let's see here.
Ouch. I shouldn't have just said that.
Okay. No. Sorry, I was making sure I didn't have anything. All right, so I do have. So yeah, I was just checking to see what notes I had on that. So yeah, I feel like if they had a payoff in a couple episodes of like Cersei and Toblerone having some sort of relationship, this would have been a really nice scene. But instead, it's just reminding us that like there's another Baratheon child way out there doing something, and
quote unquote Baratheon.
And like I feel like also they wanted to try and like get Toblerone in the show as much as possible for what happens to him in episode 8, so that like you remember that he's there and you feel it, but also he's part of the council. So I feel like they could have definitely developed his character more than they did.
Well, I liked it because there was first of all, I thought it was actually really good dialogue when they're kind of walking and talking, and I enjoyed that very much. And I also enjoyed it where he kind of made quite a big dig at Cersei, just like, let's go and talk about children, huh? And the children that your father probably killed. Like, let's talk about that.
Your father ordered to the sword.
Right. Father put to the sword. Yeah. So I like that part of the conversation, and it was kind of nice having that reminder, I would say.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, like in a macro sense, like Toblerone's in the show a lot, but for as much as he's in the show, like we don't know that he's a good fighter until he actually fights. They hint at it when he's introduced, but it would have been nice for a little bit more of him in the show that way. And we'll get to also more of that in the trial as well, where I felt like the trial did well, but fell short. But that's all I have for King's Landing. Do you have anything to add?
No, except that I felt like, and I'll keep this as like a running theme, I also feel like you're not really known about him being called the Red Viper very much, or like why he's called that, because he's a master of poisons. And I just feel like they could have mentioned that like a bunch more.
Yeah,
but instead they didn't.
They mentioned it, I think, in this episode, or in like last episode, but they didn't mention it very often. Yeah,
that was my last thought.
Again, baffling. Like very simple. I don't know. It seems like simple like setup stuff, right? But it's also difficult to gauge like how much do you need to put in to set it up properly. So
right. I'm good to move. Yeah.
All right, so the Veil, we get Peter Baelish again.
Huge problem. Huge problem. First of all, there's a big diversion from the books.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
So first, this was actually, in my opinion, kind of major. Because Peter Baelish says, "Oh, this is my niece, Elaine." And in the Wikipedia article, they spelled Elaine incorrectly. Maybe they do in the show incorrectly. But it's supposed to... Well, anyways. And that's kind of a problem. Because if you're a niece, what does that imply?
You have...
that implies that Peter Baelish has a sibling.
Mm-hmm.
So, who is this sibling, huh? Is it a male or a female? Is it younger or older? Peter Baelish is an only child as far as I can recall. So... Are they going to introduce Peter Baelish's other family? Like, that's like a major thing here. These are houses. They're families. He didn't say it's a bastard niece. He just said it's a niece. And it's like, okay. Who are these other siblings of Peter Baelish that nobody knows of? He's on the small council. Everybody on the small council is super famous. That was my first thought that hit me. I was just like, oh, I didn't know Peter Baelish had siblings.
Wow.
Who are they? Where are they? Did
That
they
is
die?
crazy.
How does nobody know about the siblings?
That's insane. That's the showrunners trying to sneak it past. And I think like 9 out of 10 people would not even think about it. I didn't when I watched it. I didn't think about it. I was like, oh yeah, of course. Like he's gonna call her his niece because he's gotta hide it. And yeah, but that wouldn't. Yeah, that would have huge implications. Oh my gosh.
Huge implications.
Oh.
In the books though,
it makes it so much worse now that you brought attention to it. It makes it so much worse. No. It's fine for me. It just bolsters my argument.
And it should. Because like now there's a history, and Peter Baelish, if he's gonna lie, he kind of makes it ironclad. Because if he does have a sibling, are they alive? Are they dead?
Right.
Was Sansa born before they died? How did they die? What's this? I mean, now you have like... now you have poor George R. R. Martin's mirror, and he's not just spiraling out of control with all these plot threads. And you're like, okay, Peter Baelish is a master manipulator.
I just want to like mention this quickly because anytime we talk about people and lying and stuff, like this is something that I'm like, I got to make sure that I get this out there. So go if you ever want to know like how Peter Baelish should actually be lying, go watch Spy Game with Robert Redford and Brad Pitt because Brad Pitt's training to be a spy, and Robert Redford takes him aside and is like, all right, so here's what you're gonna do. You're gonna go and get that asset's information with as few lies as possible, like without divulging any information about you as possible. And so he goes and he like gets the contact information, and Robert Redford's like, yeah, but look at how you did it. In order to get one piece of information from her, you had to give up 3 pieces of information about yourself, even if they're lies. And if they're lies, now you have to be more consistent. The key to being a good agent is not to divulge information. Don't tell them this, don't tell them that. And I'm like, oh my God. Like Peter Baelish saying that he has a niece is just like, it's just like, oh, hey, look at that. There's 18 new strands on this lie that you have to maintain. Just another reason. I was talking with my Under the Wheels buddy Gabe about it, and he was like, you know, the reason why you don't like Peter Baelish is because he's written poorly and he's acted poorly. And I was like, yeah, I guess so. And he's like, you know that chaos is a ladder thing. It's like that was the worst dialogue I had ever heard.
Oh man, I actually liked it. But that's okay, right? That's okay.
Different strokes, different folks. But it's funny how consistently it's just like maybe Peter Baelish isn't written particularly well or consistently by these people, or maybe they don't understand. Maybe the show version like this is the thing we have to accept is like the show version of the character versus the book version, and the show version of the character is just like it's like Jafar from the live action Aladdin, where he's not actually threatening, he's just really annoying.
Yeah.
But anyway, I took all of that win from you. Yes. So
No.
in the veil,
I want
he
you to
calls
sail with
Sansa
it.
his niece, Elaine, like from Seinfeld. Elaine. Anyway.
Yeah, and in the books though, this is where some people would say like, "Oh, you think that lie's bad? Wait till you hear it from the books." In the books, it's his bastard daughter. Yeah, he's just like, "Oh, this is my daughter, my daughter Elaine." Ooh, my gosh, I almost revealed her name.
My daughter Sansa Lane.
Yeah,
That's weird. That's the street I grew up on.
But,
okay, well that's actually, that's interesting. Calling it his bastard daughter, I think that's clever.
But it works,
right?
Because now we don't have to worry about his siblings, and Peter Baelish's just away at King's Landing. He's doing this, he's doing that. He's off page and off screen. Well, not really off screen, but he's off page so much. He's always traveling, setting things up. He is a manipulator, totally. He's setting everything up and doing this, and that, and then he just, it's believable,
right? No, it's a smart lie.
It's a lot better than that, but of course, I don't know why. I don't know why they changed it. If of course, at the end after we're done watching the show, maybe we can go back and figure out why did they change that detail. But how about this, though? You want to get to your most cringeworthy scene? What's exposure dialogue again?
Exposure or exposition dialogue is when characters reinforce, like, where characters basically tell you the story. They give, exposition. And usually it's at the expense of saying it in a way that sounds natural. So, for example, in A Few Good Men, Jack Nicholson's like, blah, blah, like, blah, blah, blah. We've been together. Anytime they say, and then something, you're like, why are you're just saying that for the audience. And usually they're like restating the relationship between characters or restating this information as like a quote unquote clever way to tell the audience that something is happening.
Right, like I'm talking to my brother, Matthew. Not only did I introduce your name, I also introduced our familial relationship. Yes. How clever of me.
My brother, who has poor eyesight, as denoted by the glasses that you wear. Like yeah, we get, yes, you wear those glasses, which you got when you were hit by a truck that spewed chemicals into your eyes, as you well know. Like, okay.
Yeah, I know. And the other character is like, yes, I do well know. You don't have to remind me. Oh, wait. He's not reminding me. He's letting the audience know. He's not speaking to me. He's speaking to the audience. Right.
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead and say it. I can't. From the show. It was so rough. It was just... My wife rolled her eyes the first time she heard it. She just went like, oh my God.
Like, I don't remember exactly what it was, but I know it was like... But it was like... So, Liza Aaron, who we see for the first time since season 1.
Right. Where we were also introduced to such memorable characters such as Timid, son of Timid, from the Hill Tribes. Super memorable. Love it.
What's funny about Liza Aaron is that, like, she really stands out in people's minds, probably because she's introduced by breastfeeding her, like, 10-year-old son. Just like, wow, like, okay, at least it sucked. But she has been in love with Peter Baelish her entire life. Which leads to a really awkward moment in episode 7 where you totally know what's going to happen. It's super obvious to everyone, and yet they still do it, and you're like, we knew what was going to happen. It's not as clever as you guys think it is, but anyway, I digress. I think
Yes.
I texted you when I was watching it, or I wanted to. I was like, I know what's gonna happen. I haven't seen it yet, but I know this thing's gonna happen in this episode. Right after he says a certain line, but in this episode, Lisa Aaron is like, but Peter. She says something along the lines of like, Peter, like, you know that I love you. I even killed my husband with that poison, John. Or I killed my husband, John Aaron. She might as well have just said the hand of the king that jump started all of the events for you. And it's like, girl, he knows that you killed your husband for him because he's the one who told you to do it. Is that why it was
not the right
cringy
moment
for
to
you?
reveal it? This was not the right moment to reveal it, and B, just reinforcing that my husband, John Aaron, and like, of course, the viewers like Jen, you know, she knew. She's like, oh yeah, like I know who that is. And then she turned to me and was just like, was that written that way in the books? And I haven't even bothered to open and find out, but I know it's not. I know for sure it isn't.
Well, how would
it's not
I mean,
written
like,
that way.
the only person that would find that, I'm assuming the only person that would find that out would be Sansa, because there's no Peter Baelish point of view, there's no Lisa Aaron point of view.
Right.
So
That's
how
right.
do you
No,
reveal
Sansa
that
finds it out.
information? Oh, the show took the lazy way and was just
They did.
we'll give Peter Baelish more screen time because that's what people want.
And then, of course, like, I feel like, oh, this wasn't this. Maybe it was the scene. But yeah, middle finger, like, looks at the camera, like, sneaky, like, yes, I did. Let me
Like,
twirl my mustaches a little bit more now.
Here's the other thing. Like, she forces him into marrying her in a way that's
She
like...
does.
But it's done in this way. Like, I feel like Peter Baelish just basically can get pushed around really easily in general.
Oh,
I think-
I found the line. Here it is.
Yeah.
John, I did it. I used poison in John, my husband's wine. John's wine, my husband's wine. Okay.
Like, I understand you say that, like, people will also say that. You can kind of excuse that as like a passionate double plea, you know? Like,
Yeah, that's true.
passionate plea,
Passionate plea.
whispered repetition. But like
Yes!
that whole scene
Ding!
was like that whole scene. And again, this episode was like hailed for like how carefully constructed the show has been since season 1. It's like, bitch, what are you talking about?
No, that
Like,
was
if
not the
this
show.
were-
That
like,
was George
you know
R. R.
what?
Martin.
You know what? The show may have been careful, or the plotting of the show may have been carefully constructed, but the construction of that scene was laughable at best.
Yeah, because it shouldn't have been revealed at that scene. It should have been revealed in a later episode.
Yeah, well,
we'll talk
and it
about it.
is.
It
Like,
is
It
in
is.
the
It
books.
ends up
That's where
being
it's
revealed
revealed.
twice. Like, why? You also wrote both of the episodes. What are you guys doing? You guys are the right. Oh my. Oh, it'll give me a headache. Yeah, I did. I will say, I thought it was funny that, she was like, and I'm going to, like, after we're married, I'm going to scream so loud on our wedding night that it will wake the dead, or whatever she said. And it then just cuts to Sansa, like, not able to sleep that night. I thought that was a nice touch. I thought that was
a good touch. That was a very good touch.
I don't remember why I have written, like, Sansa channeled her old time with Joffrey to become a better liar. I think she channeled it, like, when she was talking to them about how she's like, oh, but I'm just a stupid little girl, or whatever, that the showrunners like to call her, and what
I'm not
Joffrey
sure.
would call her. And so I was like, okay, well, that's a nice touch. But that's all I have to say about the Veil. Oh, yeah.
The only other thing I have to say is that Peter Baelish gives Robin a gift and he just tosses it out like, oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
And then Robin was so happy, just like, oh, cousin, like, like, I'm just so happy to see you, blah, blah, blah. And just, like, for a moment there, Sansa was probably like, wow, I'm, like, totally safe here. This is awesome. And then it just all goes to kaput.
Well, yeah. It like you said, if you wanted something nice in Game of Thrones, you should have stopped 15 minutes into the first episode.
Pretty much, yeah. The only other thing I have to say is that there was a. I went back and looked at a chapter summary. There was a party that happened with Peter Baelish and Caitlin and Liza, and Peter ended up bedding Liza that night and called her Caitlin.
Oh,
probably because maybe he was just drunk. Maybe he wanted one. So that's why he keeps claiming that he did have Caitlin's maidenhead, is because maybe he was just too drunk and he mistook one for the other. And
interesting.
And Liza, she didn't care. She's just happy because she loves Peter. But then he actually got her pregnant, and they had to do an abortion with something called the tansy. So for those who are like reading Storm of Swords, I ruined one of the like interesting like what's that all about at like the very beginning of Storm of Swords. It does get revealed later, of course, like I just revealed it to you, but it was just interesting thing.
Yeah.
I think they could have kept that from the show, and I think they did. It's not a big deal. Like that's not something where it's like, oh my god, I would change everything, but it is, just a little bit extra backstory.
Well, it makes it seem like the show makes it seem like Peter Baelish doesn't have sex ever. Like he's like a celibate dude and never had sex. So that kind of changes his character around. What?
But has brothels.
Yeah, he owns them, but he's like, I'm above this pitiful stuff,
true.
And he just watches them. He just watches Roz go at it with another one, and is like creepily stalking them in the corner. God, oh my god, I hate that scene so much. I hate it so much.
We can move then.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. Like that's because like you said, it doesn't really change much, but it is a different dynamic, and it's also like a throwaway thing because they do mention I think they mention the party, but they don't mention a lot of the context around it.
Yeah.
In 2 episodes from now, or maybe it's even this episode. But all right, I don't have much to say about Marine. The only thing I put down in my notes is I don't like the marginal Danny developments. This is just like, I don't know. It just felt like nothing happened. There was no reason to have her in this episode. And the main thing that happened was she was like, how can I control Westeros if I can't even control Slaver's Bay? So then she decides to stay.
The way you said it. How can I do this when I can't even do this? That's from an anime. Oh my god!
I was thinking. I was like, this is Final Fantasy X, but like that's it. Like they give a lot of information about stuff, and the ultimate. I was just like, why did they have to have this in this episode? Why couldn't they put this in a different episode? So I feel like they just don't. They either don't have enough stuff for Daenerys' storylines, or they don't know how to make it interesting, where it's not just like a marginal development. Because the stuff that's happening in Marine is really interesting. But you could have taken the stuff that happened in this episode and the thing that happens in next episode and probably combined them together into one episode. And then that way it doesn't feel like you're just kind of like dropping in to hear what's going on and then like, okay, that was fun. Bye-bye now. So that's bugged me for a while, and it still bugs me. That's bugged me the whole show.
Kind of like in this episode, they didn't do anything with the Dreadfort. Like,
yeah,
okay, you
thank God.
Clearly, like, they're clearly moving storylines to have them peak at a certain thing.
I guess so. Yeah.
Before there's one like super major epic thing that happens in this episode. And I'd love to talk about that. But I got 3 more things for this episode.
Okay.
Pod can't ride a horse, nor can he cook. But in the end, he does help Brienne with her armor. I thought that was an excellent touch. I thought that was great.
I do want to comment on that. So the whole show is kind of billed as like the fantasy show for people who don't like fantasy. right? Like, oh, you know, you don't like the J.R.R. Tolkien style fantasy of like incrementally moving from place to place and having small adventures here and there. Like, guys, you do realize that you basically turned Podrick Payne and Brienne of Tarth into like a pair of D&D adventurers going from one location to another and camping out at night.
But they're lone wolf and cub.
No, I don't look at it like that. I look at it more like I feel like it's like traditional fantasy fare. It's probably the closest the show gets to Frodo and Sam hitting it on the road. So I like it. I'm wondering if that's the same in the book, but if it's not, I feel like that's where D.B. Weiss and David Benioff are letting their geek flag fly, where they're like, no, guys, I swear we like questing as well. I was like, oh, these two are questing for gold.
Questing for gold.
So I did like that, but I wanted to check to see if it's the same in the book.
Well, they don't start off together. I think
Right.
I told you. Brienne basically gets ambushed and Pod's been following like the faithful person he is and saves her. But they do travel together. I don't think he's like that great of a squire, but he does what he can, and it's different. They come upon another knight, and there's history with that knight and Brienne back in Renly's area, and then they realize that they're both kind of hunting for the same person, so there's a little bit of like So I don't know if they're going to do that next season. Yeah, rivalry.
Yeah,
and they're both going for the thing. Same, the same goal. And you don't know if they're going to if he's going to betray her or not in the end. I still don't know. Like I'm not there yet.
Okay. So this is like Feast for Crows / Dance of Dragons stuff.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Feast for Crows. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So it's different.
Yeah,
it's
I know.
Just different.
I know. Do you like the change of them starting off together?
Yeah, I think that's all right. Because it was if not, she'd just be riding by herself.
Right. Well, I mean, also it's like, I'd have to read it, but like, it's also cool how it's like he's a gift from Jaime, to help her out, and so there's like more emotional attachment there, and you get to see the two characters kind of develop a relationship. Like, Podrick Payne has more lines with Brienne than he does with any other character, and it's only been an episode. So I liked it. I like how their relationship's developing, and it also allows Brienne to kind of come out of, like, at least in the show, this is where I could kind of tell it was diverting from how she was originally, because she barely talks in the show, and with Podrick Payne, she's been talking a lot, which is in an entertaining way, but she is talking a lot more. Now, part of it's probably power dynamics. Like, before, she'd always be, she was with like a lord or with like a prisoner or with so like she would never have the right power dynamic, but now she does, and so she talks a lot more.
It's totally fan service. It's totally fan service, and I love it.
Yeah.
It's good.
I have a love-hate with fan servicey type stuff, but especially as we get to, I think, like either next episode or in 2 episodes, there's some fan service that pops up that I want to ask you about that I'm like, this is probably just real fan servicey stuff. It helps to drive the narrative forward, but I was also kind of like, that's a little indulgent.
Yeah. So if you're good, I can move to the Hound, and Arya.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Arya's water dancing, and then the Hound is walking over and just like, what are you doing? And she's like, oh, I'm water dancing. Like what? It's just like, first sword, Cyril Farrell. What happened to him? Oh, he must have died. And then she was like, he was the greatest swordsman who ever lived. He was first sword of the Sea Lord of Bravos. And then, the Hound's like, what happened to him? She's like, oh, well, he died because, he went up against Meryn Trant. And then the Hound's like, Meryn Trant! And I was like, oh my god, Meryn Trant. And now, like, the way the Hound talks about him, I'm like, oh, I guess he's not that big of a deal. And then he starts laughing. He's just like, the greatest swordsman who ever lived didn't have a sword. He had like the creepiest smile and the creepiest laugh, and it was just comical. And then she like tries to stab him with needle and like nothing happens. She's like, yeah, because he's wearing mail. Just like it was good. It was well done.
I remember that. I don't know. It for me it goes back to like, that's funny. Why was it in this episode?
Sure. But I'm good with that. That's all I had to say about that. I like the creepy laugh.
All right, then let's talk about what we really want to talk about here.
Yes.
So
I thought it was epic.
I really liked the battle scene at Craster's. So this is all filler content.
It is.
Right? So it's all filler.
But it's awesome.
I love Burn Gorman, so watching Burn Gorman like be evil and everything is a lot of fun. He's the guy who plays as Tanner and so like there's a lot to cover here. But
there really was. I thought it was like 15 minutes of the episode just on them. And I was like very happy.
I liked the fight between Burn Gorman and Jon Snow. It was satisfying because like they tease the girl at the beginning that he's kind of harassing. She comes back in the end to help him out. However, Jon Snow, a couple episodes ago, was spending so much time teaching all of the Night's Watch how to fight people who have two weapons. And apparently he forgets all of that when it comes to actually fighting someone with two weapons. I was like, what are they doing? He's the one who knows how to fight with two weapons and disarm people who have two weapons. Why is he struggling against this guy? So I did not like that. That took me out of it. I know
that guy's really good. He's really good. He was bragging about how like, nobody cut me. I'm the best fighter in Flea Bottom.
Right. So here's the problem we run into, and it's a problem that kind of like the show. I don't think the showrunners care about because they didn't care about it with Loras either. But like, if Jon Snow's supposed to be like a pretty decent swordsman, a pretty accomplished fighter, stop making him lose fights. Just stop. You know what? You didn't have to, like, you could have had Jon Snow just dominate this guy and it would have been fine. You know why? Because it would have been cool. Because when our main characters show that they're awesome, everyone is happy.
They wanted drama. They could have, but they wanted drama. Like, I could go back and forth. I thought it was fine. Because he fought dirty and Jon's used to fighting clean. In castles and against knights and stuff, not like a dirty fighter.
How much time did he spend with the wildlings?
Yeah, but he's not fighting a wildling though. He's fighting a Turncloak from the Castle Black.
Right. Like we can go around in circles. Like it just bugs me. Like I don't mind the dirty fighting when he like throws dirt in his eyes or whatever. Like I'm fine with that. It's the whole beginning of it when it's like he's fighting with two weapons, and I'm like, one, Jon has a Valyrian steel blade. Two, Jon they clearly show that he knows how to fight people with two weapons in sort of an accomplished way. So maybe next time go in a different direction. Maybe have him like sneaking and hiding and stuff like that. Now, of course,
I'm going to disagree with you on this one, bro.
That's fine. You can.
You got to be okay with it.
Look, my complaints are super. Like my complaint is super nitpicky because overall, I even though I thought it was weird that he was that in the beginning Burn Gorman was drinking wine out of J.R. Mormont's skull, I was just like, I don't know, like there was something like it's like it's like the CinemaSins ding, but like it's such an awesome visual and it's so great and compelling, but it's like that is disgusting because like we don't know how long he's been dead. How come the skull is so clean? Did you use any disinfectant?
Gross. Like it's like, disgusting. They got to take out the brains, and I mean it's terrible.
Yeah, like it's like I love drinking wine out of this skull. Oh, there's some brain. Hold on. All right, we're good. We can move on. But again, he's not supposed to be like the cleanest guy anyway. But
and that's just what they did back then. That's just what they do over there. It's not a place you want to live.
No.
Like, I keep thinking there's only one place I'd want to live, and that's in Bravos. Or the Summer Isles. Like, that's it. Other than that, like, I might, there's also Yiti, which is way on the east of Essos. And there's Ashai, which is, nobody knows about.
You wouldn't want to live in Dorne?
Oh, that's true. No, I'd be cool at Dorne.
Like, Dorne seems pretty okay. But I mean,
maybe it's because I live in
and
California.
so does Highgarden.
It's like a desert.
What Dorn? Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, well, the hard people, hard folks.
You know what?
Yeah,
I wouldn't know
Highgarden
that.
would be
I wouldn't
nice.
know that from the show.
Well, you don't know that yet. You don't know that in Storm of Swords either.
Well, good. I don't know. So
in Feast for Crows, you're like, oof, Dorne's a hard land.
yeah.
It's yeah. I liked how they layered in Bran and Amira and just Hodor, Hodor.
I felt so bad for Hodor.
That was
so
well
bad for
done.
Hodor.
I know. And I loved it at the end when a great piece of acting, just so good. When Bran's looking at Jon and just like, there he is, and Jojen's like, nah, he'll take you and protect you. You won't get to your goal, and like he just has to leave. It's like, oh,
yeah.
That
was good.
that was well done.
The future that Jojen sees, and he like talks metaphorically. It's like he's talking in like the dream talk and everything about like, yes, I saw a bunch of snowfall. I was gonna ask you, like, did you like that, or did you think it was kind of like corny or like not as good as it possibly could have been? As far as his,
I totally forgot about it. But
I did too until I was trying to think about like what cool stuff with Jojen happened.
There was they all talk in metaphors in the books. They all talk in metaphors. So like,
right.
Snow falling. It's like, Jon Snow. Like,
yeah.
That's how they talk in the books.
Mm-hmm.
They say that, the stag is racing across the land, and like, that's Stannis.
Mm-hmm.
And look, there's a lot of wolves around. Unfortunately, you don't know if it's like the Starks or Stark loyalists or actual wolves, because actually, Arya's wolf, Nymeria, is just like gathering this huge wolf pack, like this huge wolf pack. You don't really know that. Even reading, you're like, it's kind of. I kind of pieced that together, but there's this like huge pack of wolves, and Arya's direwolf is leading them. Like, okay, that's pretty cool. At least that's how I think it is.
Nymeria.
Yeah, that's how they all talk. Yeah, and there's a couple of frogs in there.
I just was wondering if you liked the way that it was written, the metaphor. The fact that you don't remember kind of tells me everything I need to know about that. So, not good, not bad. It just wasn't memorable.
Right. In the end, though, I know that you're like, it's filler. It's like, well, it didn't happen in Storm, and to be honest, I don't remember what happens to the mutineers. I just assume that they died, just because that's a good assumption.
Right.
But it's like, it was. I don't know if you consider that scene to be like fan service, but it was great. I enjoyed it a lot. I thought they did a great job on that set piece.
I think like one of the things between season 3 and season 4, they realized like, if Jon is supposed to be a leader, if Jon Snow's supposed to be such a leader, we don't have him in a lot of situations that show him leading. So I like it for that aspect. I like that they kind of close the circle on what happened with Craster's Keep. I like that Jon Snow kind of gets vengeance for this sort of like mentor father figure, Jeor, that the show kind of created. And I like that they're kind of building a case of like Jon is a strong leader type, because like honestly, in season 3, I know that you say that Storm of Swords is Jon's book, but it doesn't feel like, especially most of season 3 went by without it feeling like Jon was anything but like a point of view. Like when, how like we read American Gods, and you were kind of like,
right.
American Gods is kind of like whatever, because for the most part Shadow's just kind of going along with whatever's going on, and he's not really doing much.
Right.
That's how I felt Jon Snow was in season 3. Even though he made choices, it didn't feel like he did much. And then all of a sudden in season 4, he's like, guys, I know everything about the wildlings. Also, I'm a very strong personality. I'm a great commander now. Like, I have control of the men. And so I like that they had this scene to sort of like punctuate that moment. And I kind of wish, like, we talk a lot about like, yeah, it would be nice if they set this up or set that up. So I can't really complain about it because they set up Jon to be seen as like a good leader and an inspiring leader. It also helps to close out like the thing with Locke, which was kind of like it could have been interesting. It could have been morally interesting as well, but it ends up just kind of starting and ending. Did you watch Breaking Bad?
I did.
Okay, so do you remember the twins?
Barely. Were they killers?
There were like these twins who were like trying to get vengeance on Walter White because he killed Tuco.
Yeah.
Do you remember the twins now? They're both like,
a little bit better. It's been like freaking a decade.
I remember like I would talk to people and like, oh yeah, the twins are so cool, and I'm like, yeah, they're so cool because they did what? Looked threatening and then died like pretty quickly by Gustavo Fring's hand. So that's kind of how I felt about Locke, where it was like there was a lot of potential for Locke. It didn't really go anywhere as soon as Hodor like snapped his neck. Like that
Hodor.
It just was like a weird like it felt like they could have done more with it, and then like as they were writing it, they're like, just kidding, we don't really have anything more for Locke to do. So
hey, Vargo Hope died too.
What?
Vargo Hope the goat died too.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but
Hodor.
Vargo Hope's goat's death was way worse.
I did like the battle scene at Craster's. I thought that was good. That's all I really have to say about it too. Kind of. And Rip Burn Gorman, good fight.
Yeah, about Jon, when you read Storm of Swords, you realize that he's got a lot of agency, because a lot of times he remembers what Corrin Halfhand told him, which is pick your moment. When you have it, that's when you strike, kind of thing.
Right.
And this is very different than Avatar, because in Avatar, Sam Worthington ends up becoming part of the Na'vi, but Jon does not become a wildling. He stays true to the Castle Black. So
yeah,
some interesting differences there. But yeah, I'm good to move to episode 6.
I will say this as like one last thing on Jon in season 3, and like on Tyrion in season 2, how you're like, oh yeah, it was Tyrion's book. I am interested to go and read it to see what the difference is and why it felt the way it felt in season 3. Why I felt like Jon didn't have a lot of agency or didn't have a lot of drive in moving things forward. I think if I read the books, I'll be looking out explicitly as like, okay, well, what happened in the show? Because like two people can get the same information and write it and interpret it in two separate ways. And
Definitely.
Anyway, that's just like an interesting thing that I'll keep an eye on. But yeah, that's all I have for that episode. So we can definitely move on to episode 6, if you're ready.
I am.
The Laws of Gods and Men.
Gods and men. Not women. Not demigods.
No. I actually really liked this episode.
I had a feeling you might. When I watched it, I was like, I bet the drama really got you.
The only thing I didn't like, and you can clarify this based off of the book. The only thing that I was kind of let down by was like the Iron Bank of Bravos. Okay, well, we already know that like people from Bravos are like either Mediterranean casting or Middle Eastern casting or something like that. And then we get to the Iron Bank and Mycroft Holmes from Sherlock shows up, and I was just like, not gonna lie, a little let down by the casting of the characters in Bravos.
You don't really get to know too much of Bravos, but in my opinion, it's a lot like that one city in Italy. I think it's Venice, the one with the canals. Yeah, it's got to be Venice, because I've been to the Venetian in Las Vegas, of course. Like, now I'm an expert, right?
Of course, yeah. But yeah, Venice is the one with the canals.
So you've traveled and actually lived over there. Did you ever go to Venice?
Yeah, I've been twice.
Oh, cool. That's how I imagine Bravos is. If it's a secret city, basically in the ocean, and then there's like a town around it. And there's just a bunch of canals and things. And it's a port town. It's a port city. You're never introduced to it in Storm of Swords. I only got introduced to it in Feast for Crows, and I love it. Bravos is awesome. But it's also very, like, Italian, right? Like, they're, oh, we're going to lend you some money, but, you better pay it back, because if you don't, we're going to come for you. Right? That's what the Iron Bank is supposed to be like. Bravos is also where they house the faceless men. So Bravos is very cool, but very scary kind of place. But after reading it and kind of understanding a little bit better, it's like, oh yeah, no, it makes that's where I'd want to be. I wouldn't want to be a part of the faceless men. Well, that's probably where I'd want to live, because there's nowhere else that's decent, unless oh yeah, I'm a total Dothraki. Yeah, sure you are. No, Bravos is, that's my place.
But like, I guess what I'm saying is like, this was an opportunity for the show to introduce, and I'm looking at a map of Westeros, of the world, and I guess it's like, okay, so where's the north? Okay, all right, so it's like right on the equator, from what I can see. Okay, so that makes sense. I was gonna say, like, I was let down, and this is, I guess, everyone can be like, anyone who listens to it can be like, oh gosh, here goes Matthew on his soapbox again. But like, in a show
Jump up, dude.
Well, in a show that already has problems with like minority casting, and like, I know I'm generally not that guy, but this seemed like a very easy opportunity to do that, and they didn't. So that's the only real problem I have. Other than that, I actually really loved the opening scene. It's just, Stannis and Davos, and they're just like waiting, and sort of the tension's building, and they're just trying to find something to talk about. And then the bank comes in, and Stannis is his normal self, where he's just like very
I'm
blunt.
Stannis.
He's like, I'm the true king. This is what I need. Will you give it to me? Okay, cool. This was a waste of time. Gets up, and then Davos is like, well, let me try, because I'm a smuggler. I'm like Han Solo if I didn't suck at smuggling. So let me try a little bit. And he actually, like, he puts on a very compelling argument. I think it was a great argument, and a great way that scene developed. Like, I like how he uses the logic of, like, Tywin is old. Do you really want to trust that this little boy is going to repay your debt? And they're like, that's a good point. And then it immediately moves to something cringy. Like, Salador San is great, and it's fun seeing him in the show.
Oh, yeah, that was cringy.
But, like, all of the nudity, like, why?
It's what they're known for. It's what the show is known for. Like, I guess they have to.
So
they have to
dumb.
meet their quota.
So dumb. That's all I have to say about. That's all I have to say about Bravos. Did you like seeing the Iron Bank finally? That's been teased.
A room. I liked seeing Bravos on the opening song. I was like, oh, so like that was cool.
Yeah.
My sister-in-law gifted me I don't know what it is. I think it's my wife's sister.
Sister-in-law.
That is okay.
Yeah. She's not my sister-in-law, but she's your sister-in-law.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyways, it's these beautiful maps, and Bravos has its own big map, and it's so cool. But yeah, the Iron Bank, as far as I have read, granted, I'm not through the books yet, but I'm pretty much at the end of Feast, and I am about halfway through Dance. We have not seen the Iron Bank, so in the inside the episode, I remember that they were discussing this, and they were like, oh, now we as a viewer really get to see this mysterious economical force that's really behind everything. I don't know how you took that. I was like, yeah, I mean, I guess, but it is kind of cool that there is so much economy in this world, like in the books too, and in the show. I'm actually okay with this.
Yeah, I thought that it was kind of cool. It's interesting that you say like, oh, they haven't revealed it yet, which, anytime you say that, all of a sudden I get like nervous. Well, because every time they're like, oh, we're really excited that we get this opportunity to show the viewers or whatever this side of things, and I'm like, it's just another opportunity for you guys to mess something else up.
Right. It's like, we're excited to show the viewers this, meaning like we're excited because we created this, and we're not showing you this part of the world. We're showing you what we think this part of the world will be. Yeah, that's right. Am I hitting it on the head?
It's the fanfic side, or it's like it's like and I think this might even happen a couple of times in the show, in the books, where it's like, man, that was kind of like, that was a little anticlimactic, but like when they talk about like this one thing that you think, oh, this is going to be really awesome, like in Lost, they did that a lot. It's like, oh, this thing, we're going to tease it to be awesome. And then they reveal it, and it's like, it's not that awesome. What's his name? Damon Lindelof has actually gotten really good about finding ways to not have that problem anymore, because he's done a number of shows since then that have a general mystery, and then they like start revealing things slowly. Like the HBO Watchmen show is actually pretty good about that.
And it's a much better like payoff kind of thing, and not just like a letdown.
Yeah, and by the way, like the HBO Watchmen show, if you haven't watched it, I really liked it. I thought it was awesome. But anyway, yeah. So, but I can't really complain too much about like, oh, they revealed this, because I liked the scene. I'm sure if I thought too much about it, I'd come up with problems like who are the representatives? Why those three? Why do they have the right to declare it? Like, who's this main character or this main guy? Tycho Nestoris. Is he in the books? Do you know who he is? Is he an invention of the show?
He is an invention of the show. I'm gonna put it out there. He's an invention of the show. Yeah. But I still have 500 pages to read, so I mean,
it might be different. But yeah, that's all I have to say about.
Like if somebody says I've got 500 pages to read, they're like, "Oh my god, that's like 2 novels." Like yeah, but the pages just go by so fast.
Yeah,
they just like when you're really into it, they just like flip by, and then you get sad because you're like, man, I only have 500 pages left. How is this gonna wrap up in 500 pages? And then the dawning hits on you. It's not. And there's a lot of things that you want to have happen. It's not going to happen in 500 pages. Not with those POVs. Yeah.
I'm
good to move on.
Do you want to talk about Marine or Dreadfort?
Dreadfort.
Okay, so we get to a plot cul-de-sac.
Yay. What do you mean by that?
So if like yep. I don't know what the point of this scene was. So
okay.
So I have a note. Yara is savage. Yara's savage, and she's awesome, and like they plan this great assault, and everything is going well, and then she gets to Theon, and Theon is just like full on Reek. Which
Reek,
is like,
Reek, my name is Reek. It rhymes with meek.
Reek, my name is Reek. Yeah. No, poor Roy Dotrice, rest in peace. He's like when he would do it, it's like so slow, but in such a goofy voice. Oh,
please do it.
Great. He's like, my name's Reek. It rhymes with meek. My name's Reek. I need to shriek. Yeah. Anything. But all of that stuff with Yara is great, and then all of a sudden, the dude shows up.
Ramsay
Snow shows up, and like all of a sudden, all of her fighters just decide that they forget how to fight. Like Ramsay isn't even in armor; she could have easily killed him there. And
she's a great warrior. Like we know Ramsay's not. All he's good at doing is flaying.
Oh, okay. They didn't establish that either because it seems like Ramsay's a great warrior, especially when he's not wearing any clothes and he's able to take out most of those guys. Like, it just felt so... I feel like the setup for it at the end of season 3 where she's like, I'm getting my brother back. I feel like they had such a better plan for it. And then when it actually came time to execute it, they were like, but we can't actually execute it properly. Because, like, they could have just decided not to have this whole thing in here.
That's the way it goes in the books. It's not in there in the books.
Like, that's...
Because
like,
everybody thinks he's dead.
Because it goes from, like, she disowns him, kind of, in season 2... Because he's... Yeah, in season 2, because she's like, you shouldn't have captured Winterfell. This does nothing for us. And then in season 3, she's like, but he's my brother, and I'm going to bring him back. And I was like,
I love him.
This is awesome. I was like, I was all for it. And then the actual thing at the end, she's like, my brother is dead now. And I was like, that's a really, really fast turn. Like,
I thought that was, like, going to be heartbreaking. For me, it was kind of heartbreaking.
I feel like it should have been.
Every intention to rescue him, and he didn't want to be rescued. He's like, it's a trick. It's a trick. And now this is where you're like, oh, you kind of understand why he let him go, caught him, and brought him back. Because now he's like, oh my God, it's a trick. And in the books, it's like, yeah, if you go against anything Ramsay says, he's just going to flay your whole hand and then cut it off, and then you don't have a hand anymore. And there are things that are worse than death that he will do to you. And that's why he doesn't want to do it.
Yeah.
Knowing the characters, like when I watched that scene, I was like, yeah. But I don't know if it would come across that way watching it without, like, really intimately knowing their thoughts, where he's like, well, he did say, it's a trick. Oh my God, it could be a trick.
No, yeah, I mean, it all makes sense. Okay.
I liked it.
On paper, this whole scene makes sense, but it also feels like a huge waste of time. Like, it feels like a lot of time was... Okay, here's what I mean by that. Right? So, you're right.
Oh, we're disagreeing a couple of times here. This is kind of cool.
I mean, because I like the scene too, up to a certain point. I like it all the way... I like the scene all the way until I feel like the scene just... They didn't know how to end it properly. And then they had to kind of, like, do a reverse. And then by the time they do that reverse and she comes to her big conclusion, I was like, what was the point of this scene? Especially because she's in the books a lot more. I know she's in Dance of Dragons quite a bit, right?
Well, I'm actually not at one of her chapters yet. Okay. So the way I'm, you know the way I'm reading it, I'm interlacing the two. So I'm through all of her scenes in Feast, and now Dance is kind of catching up to where it is.
Okay, so I remember her being in Dance of Dragons, and I was like, oh, who's this character? Oh, she's a Greyjoy. All this stuff.
Asha.
So, yeah, Asha. So I'm like, okay, so the character's in it. I wonder if she's going to be in the show more than she is right now. I'm kind of curious, but if she's not, it's just so weird. It just felt like in isolation, it's fine, but it's a great battle scene. It shows how strong and how powerful they are. And then randomly they just lose all of their power. And that's the part that I think...
the whole castle is going to come down on them.
The whole castle is, but like they still have a clean exit. It's only about 6 guys compared to their 5. And so, like, you could justify, like, well, they can't take Theon theoretically because, like, it might be too hard to sneak him out. But it just feels like... It feels like it feels like a great scene and very compelling stuff, and it helps to push what ends up happening in, I think, episode 7. But in the overall scheme of things, it felt like a circle. Like, they shouldn't have even had that thing of Yara being like, I'm gonna go rescue my brother, and then this would have felt it would have felt like an isolated incident that shows Theon's resolve, instead of, like, we talk about promise, progress, and payoff. They had the promise, and then they just completely forgot the rest. That's why I have a problem with it. That's where it is. Thank you, Brandon Sanderson, for helping me out. That's why I have a problem. They have a promise, and the progress and payoff are completely... They're just the worst thing possible.
And this is where I'm going to disagree with you. But because I thought that, it was set up. I do remember, and because Yara in the show, she does care about Theon. And she does care about her brother, and she wants to go save him and rescue him, and then she's gonna do it, and they're there and they're doing it. She sees the horror what he went through, and just like, oh my gosh, like my brother, like I gotta get him out. And then he's just like, no, just it's heartbreaking. And it's just, you're saying that you didn't like it that they had this scene of her saying, I'm gonna get my brother, in the previous season.
If they took that scene out of the end of season 3, I would not have had a problem with this scene.
Okay.
I firmly believe
that makes sense.
That's the thing that they needed to change to make this more effective.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll put it that way. Like, I don't know. I thought that it was good, and I'm sure if Benioff were here, he'd probably say, oh, well, I mean, that's the whole point, right? In this world, it's just, you want to go do something right, and it's just not going to work out, and sometimes the bad guys win.
Well, I think they talk about it, and they're like, "Oh yeah, and this just shows how far Theon has fallen. It's like, he's not even, he's not even Theon anymore. It's not the brother she knew." And I'm like, "That's okay, that's fine, but don't devote time at the end of season 3 teasing it for season 4. Make us wait, and then you have a random scene. Like, it would have been better." They would have better used that time if they had teased Lysa Arryn at the end of season 3. Because she has a strong impact on the plot of the story. This literally was just proving that Theon's corruption is more complete than we thought. Which they then devote time in... I think it's the next
episode. No.
No, it's the episode 8. After.
Yeah, it's got to be 8.
But yeah, then they devote time like reinforcing that idea again, and I was like, well, we already, I guess the amount of like setup they did in this episode pays off in that episode. And again, I thought this scene was great until they clearly weren't outnumbered, and they clearly could have killed Ramsay, which I know would have caused problems because Ramsay is like a very bad guy. He's like the new bad guy in the show, or in the book, or maybe gearing up to that. So it would have caused problems if they killed him. But then don't set it up to make it look. Don't do the Doctor Strange Thanos thing. Just stop doing that.
Doctor Strange Thanos thing?
Yeah, the whole Doctor Strange Thanos thing where they're like, we can't beat Thanos.
Like,
yeah, there's only one way. It's like, oh, you mean like when you set up earlier that if you do your little portal thing and close it, it'll literally cut someone in half? Like, you couldn't do that on his arm and cut his arm off? Really?
That's true. They held the gauntlet. They
were able to hold it. All you'd have to do is sling.
And Doctor Strange was there.
So many.
Doctor Strange was there.
And they showed earlier that you could move the little thing, the little portal thing. They proved that in Thor Ragnarok.
You know.
Just
what?
Don't give make sure that it's assault. And I blame the director on that one. I think that's another thing is like maybe the director fumbled the ball on this one.
I'm going to do a hard disagree with you on it, but that's okay.
That's okay. We can disagree. I'm sure I'm in the minority. I guarantee I'm probably in the minority.
I guarantee that too. Yeah, that's 100% probability. There.
So
it's all good though. It's all good. No, know what though? I like your perspective. I like it because it's different, and that's very interesting. Now, here's a question I've got for you, and I think this probably goes to the heart of our disagreement. What if they tease that Yara's going to go after him in the maybe episode 2, and instead of the season finale, maybe in episode 2 of this season, where she makes that claim? then it's not like a season finale scene. It's like a scene in some episode of this, and you can see how it plays out. What about then?
Okay, so you know this, or this is something you know about me. I would probably still hate it. It would depend on how they. Here's why. It would depend on how they integrate it, because it would feel like it comes so far out of left field. Like it depends on how they add the connecting tissue. Because if they don't connect it properly, then it would feel like a waste. It almost would have been better if they had shown, like, you know, Yara comes to the coast, and then instead of immediately going to the Dreadfort, they show her going to like each of the locations that the Ironborn are supposed to have held, and they start seeing, like, you know,
go to Moat Cailin. Go to Moat Cailin.
Yeah, they go to Moat Cailin. I mean, like, let me bring up the map again. All right.
Yeah, because they're coming in from the west, right? And the Dreadfort's all the way on the east, past Winterfell.
Right. So you're. I mean, I feel like I feel like it just opens up like all kinds of trouble. Where is Moat Cailin? I like it how we're getting like real. Oh no! Oh my God! Moat Cailin is literally on the way.
Right?
Do you see how far
Moat
Cailin is from the Dreadfort?
Right. No, I know.
So like,
I know.
but like you could do that. You could start layering it so that I don't know. I guess that's how I would do it differently. Like you make her a new point of view character, and you have her going and seeing kind of like the effects that the war is having. Like, okay, what's going on with the Ironborn? Are they actually winning anything? Are they actually doing anything good? Like, what's going on in Moat Cailin?
There's
I know it opens up a new thing, but if even we just start out like, okay, Ramsay has to get Moat Cailin, and then you know, Yara and the Ironborn go to Moat Cailin and see, like, oh, it's no longer under our control. What's going on?
Like they're
and then
both traveling together at the same time.
What?
Like they're both traveling together at the same time. Like Ramsay's traveling with Reek down south to Moat Cailin at the same time.
I wouldn't even want that. I'd want her to get there. I would want it to be delayed.
Well, because from where she is, from the Iron Islands to Moat Cailin, there's like a really clear path to get there. So there's a really easy way for her to get there. It's super easy for them to get to Moat Cailin. And then I you know, at last season, I think we talked about it too. I said that it was a bad idea because of the location of the Dreadfort versus the location of where she is in the Iron Islands. It's not going to happen. The only other way I could see it is if they sail all the way around, down through Dorne, and all the way around to the Narrow Sea, and then, you know, go in by the Vale.
It doesn't make any sense. I can see
them get there. It's just.
It doesn't make any sense.
It's like, I guess, super long journey.
I guess really what you would do. So I guess what you would do is you would go up through. You would go around the Flint Cliffs, go through Fever, hit Moat Cailin, go to White Harbor, and from White Harbor sail all the way up to Dreadfort, or maybe I don't know. I don't know.
There's no connection from Moat Cailin to White Harbor, like no river connection.
There's no river connection. I know. Look, everyone who's listening, I know we're getting super lost in the weeds.
Yeah,
but basically, what I'm saying is, like, I mean, I guess you understand where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
I would have liked a little bit. I would have wanted it different. I don't hate it as it is. I don't think, but it feels very like superfluous to me.
Let's get to the stuff you did like about the episode.
Well, let's see. Did you like the stuff in Marine?
That's pretty much what happens in the books, but I think they're saving the worst part for later.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So I did like the debate. Oh, so one, the dragon visual effects got really good, I thought.
Mm-hmm.
And then two, I liked the Daenerys debate with, I call him dude from Cruella. No, Hizdar Zolorak.
No, Hizdar.
No, Hizdar. I liked that, and I kind of liked how she like had to come to terms with the stuff that she did, and it's like I executed all of the masters, and it like there wasn't any easy answers for her, you know?
Yeah, that's right.
Like you know, it's like, oh, but you might have executed them, but he was against putting up the slaves. Of course, then I would counter with, yeah, that's true, but he still had slaves, didn't he? He was still one of the masters of the town, wasn't he? He was still enslaving people, wasn't he? So I mean, like, I think, like, technically, she has the moral high ground. She's Obi-Wan Kenobi. I have the moral high ground, but it made for an interesting, like, in a vacuum, it made for an interesting debate. I liked that part.
It's, you know what one of my colleagues would say. It's an adult decision. There's no good answer.
Nope. What
But
do you...
Barristan Selmy did say sometimes it's not a bad thing to show mercy. And his daughter is saying, let's show a little mercy. Let's do this. And she said, nah, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and punish them. And you know, decisions have consequences. So we'll see how that happens.
So from where we're at right now, would you have made that same decision that she did?
Yeah, I think that's a decision that she would make.
No, would you have? Like, do you agree with her decision? Because like we don't have to necessarily worry about real world parallels to this, right?
No, I would not agree with her decision. I would listen to Barristan Selmy and his daughter and the people that are actually living there. That's what I think somebody would do. So that's, yeah. But I'm not Daenerys.
Do you think doing what she did to the Masters, crucifying them like that? Do you think that was an act of vengeance or an act of justice?
Vengeance. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. So, and here's the terrible part. Like, okay, so the crucifixion part, which killed most of those guys. If you believe that justice is like an eye for an eye or a series of balancing, like they don't. I think I kind of stand by this where like the guy was like, oh, I don't remember if he said his father didn't own slaves or anything like that, but let's say for argument's sake he did. But he's like, oh, I didn't say that we should, you know, my father was against the crucifixion of the children. I feel like the children didn't want to be crucified, and there were probably a couple of them that had families that didn't deserve that fate, but the children probably still went up anyway. So I think they bring an interesting point, but if justice is balance, I would say that he was part of the group of people who were responsible for committing the crime. Therefore, punishment should be doled out. And the only reason I don't totally agree with Barristan's idea of mercy, even though from a political point of view it's probably smart, is just like this reinforcement of like if your entire army is made up of like the lower class and slaves, and the rich people do a heinous act, and then you give them mercy and don't throw them in prison and negotiate with them. I feel, and I think I said this on the last episode, I feel like that would be cause for a mutiny. Because then it's like, oh, are you actually better than them? Or are you just part of their social class? Like, it doesn't matter what, if you're born rich or if you make it rich, you never suffer any consequences.
Well, let me tell you what my opinion is. I bet you anything last podcast too, it went against what I said, which is like, yes, go ahead and you know, crucify them. So I'm a human being. I'm inconsistent. I'm irrational at times. Yeah. It's just being human. So if I said right now, which is contradicting what I said in the past podcast, like that's okay. I'm human and that. But here's what I think the best thing you could get out of this would be to just begin by rounding up all the masters and putting them in prison, because it's not fun to be in a dungeon. Your chamber pot's in the same room with you. It never gets changed out. It's disgusting. You get horrible food. You probably starve. They just didn't feed prisoners. Because they're like, why would we give the prisoners food when we can eat it and food is scarce, right? So, like, that's okay. And so round up all the masters, and then that's when you start questioning the slaves about, like, okay, you were there, you were serving during this, who are the ones that were instigating this, and who are the ones that were just kind of standing by it and didn't condone it. And you find out who the ones were, and those are the ones that you crucify. And the ones who didn't, you make them slaves, or you make them servants, or you make them do something terrible for standing by and not stopping this. I think that's probably the best approach to this situation, instead of just nailing them all up. So
Yeah.
If one were to ask, like, if she had good advisors, which in Dance of Dragons, I'm crossing my fingers that one advisor who's the main character in the book is heading her way. I'm very excited for hopefully this character intersection. I'm like, I feel like that's what that character would tell her to do. That's what I stopped and I thought, like, well, what would
You can say the name.
All right, what would Tyrion tell her to do? And I was like, well, that's probably what Tyrion would tell her to do, is lock them all up, figure out which ones were the ones that instigated this and told them to do it and actually did it, and what were the ones that stood by, spoke against it, and they need to be punished, but don't have them have such a horrible fate as the others.
Yeah.
That's how I think Tyrion would have approached it.
Yeah. And again, we're talking, I think one of the other things that we're kind of talking about is utilitarian, I guess, or objectivism versus like case by case basis. Because like if you go by like my logic of like, well, you're still in the party that supports it, that's sort of like the objective, thinking. So yeah, that's a good point. And yeah, it's like the complicated issue. I like the way you say it. I still feel like, like just putting him in a dungeon for a little while to me is still not enough justice for enslaving people. But again, not necessarily I don't know. It's complicated. It's a complicated.
Or you could have them. You could have them. You could do what the Veil does and put them in the sky cells. Have them up on the towers, like hanging on ropes by their arms, and people can see them and throw stuff at them until you figure out what you're going to do. Have them bake out there in the sun. Maybe some will die, maybe they won't. But you could do some horrible things to them, and not have them dead.
That's true.
Or crucified, and people could look at it and say like, "Oh my God, that's terrible," but like, we hate these guys, and And then you might have some slaves that were like, "I was never treated that bad. I need to speak up for my own master," So it's just trying to find that
happy medium.
I don't know. I mean, George R. R. Martin puts his characters in tough situations and forces them to make a choice that character would make. And that's the choice that Daenerys made. She doesn't know. She just doesn't know. Like when it comes to slavery, it's just black and white, and
she's got a 14-year-old sense of justice, which is probably similar to mine. So what does that say about me?
I mean, that's why they have advisors, but that's also why you don't live in that world. It's just not. I don't know if it could ever be fair. That's like the other perspective I'm coming from, is that there's nothing you could do to make it fair. So if you can't make it fair and people lie, well, the ones that may not have been involved, you make them do terrible stuff, but you don't give them the worst outcome. So that's where I'm coming from.
Okay. Yeah. Anything else to talk about in Marine? I have to say it like Jorah says it. If I don't say it like Jorah says it, then it's just not the same.
Khaleesi.
Oh
God. I don't. There's one thing that happens in Dance at the very beginning where it's like the kind of one of the main conflicts of Daenerys' story is that it's not just goat bones that show up.
People bones too?
A child's bones. But I have a theory about that. So we'll see if they follow that thread in the show.
Okay.
Yeah. And if they do, I'll give my theory.
Let's go to King's Landing.
Let's do it. Why you like the episode? Oh, this was so good.
So good. It starts with...
It was so good.
It starts with Jaime and Tyrion talking, right?
I think so.
Okay,
no,
so...
I know they talk later.
Yeah.
After Tywin reveals to Jaime what his plans are.
Right, okay, so I don't...
I didn't write down the sequence.
This description is terrible. Okay, let's see. At the council, Varys tells Tywin of Daenerys' conquest of Meereen.
Yeah, skip through that.
Yeah. Later, Tyrion's trial begins with Tywin, Mace, and Toblerone as judges.
Mm-hmm.
Several hostile witnesses are called. This is why watching the So, randomly, I will get, like, the full episode where it's, like, it shows, like, the previously on Game of Thrones, and then the entire episode, and then the sneak peek for next episode, and then the inside the episode. This was one of the episodes where I got the preview before that showed what happened in the previous episodes. And it was just like a who's who of who Tyrion insulted. So you got Meryn, Pycelle,
Meryn, Trant,
Cersei, and Varys are all called, and they have that one moment where Varys is like, or where Tyrion is like, I just have one question. Well, in general, I liked the way I wrote down, loved that trial crides. No, Mark Kreidler, because I did like the way that the trial developed, even though, like, I kind of would have liked a little bit more, like, you know, the witness interrogating the witnesses, but you know, we didn't get that. But Tyrion does ask that one question to Varys. Oh
yes.
I have to go back after this, but he asks the one question to Varys where it's like, you once told me that, like, no one will know that I was the savior of this town, but everyone will know that I'm the savior, even though it'll never be written down, blah, blah, blah. Do you still believe that? Or do you still remember that? And Varys is like, unfortunately, yes. And I was like, oh, my heart. Because, like, Varys has one job, and it's to preserve the realm. And Tyrion understands this, and he knows that he can't rely on people to stand up for him. The one thing I wanted to point out was Tommen starts the trial, and then he recuses himself. And there's this moment where he walks down, and this is one of those things where it's like, it's both good and bad. So Tommen walks down, and you see Tyrion, like, look kind of longingly like, please, like, help me. I know you can't do anything. Tommen, at least address me or recognize me or show some signs that you know who I am. And Tommen just walks straight past him. And it made me think about how, like, Tommen is Tyrion's favorite child and how they got along really well. And I wish that the show put a little bit more time into kind of establishing that. They did a little bit here and there, like Tyrion in the beginning of season 2, Tyrion gets there and he's like, "Oh, Tommen, how are you? Blah, 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 blah." But yeah. I feel like that moment, like, one, if you read the books or if you listen to our podcast, that moment hits really well. But two, yes. I wish it hit for everyone in the audience if they put some time into developing that relationship, which, again, you never know what, as showrunners you should, but you never know what you're going to use as sort of like emotional emphasis and what you're not going to use. But, you know, it would have been nice if they had the foresight to do that properly. But anyway.
It's hard. There's so many characters, so many storylines, so much little stuff in there. It's just,
what do you pick and choose? Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard. Like, they clearly went in the direction of Margarine Tyrell Gott visiting Tommen at night, like, for one scene. And for a television show, when you set things up like that, for a movie, you can maybe have it like once or twice, but for a TV show, you should like keep putting that in there. Like, oh, remember they do this. Oh, remember they do this. They have this evening tryst, and it's very like lusty and things like that. But they don't have that in there. That moment really stood out for me in the show, and I was like, that's really cool. But I think they're kind of playing for that to the audience that way, where they're like, oh, we're going to put this scene in your mind, audience, and we're just going to like we're not going to do any other ones like this, but you will remember that one. And you will assume that's what's happening throughout the whole thing. So that's one thing that they put in instead of deciding to put in that Tyrion really likes Tommen. And now it's just like, oh, it's Tommen, but Tyrion doesn't have a lot of scenes with Tommen, even in the books, but he always respects Tommen. Like, he's a good lad. Like, he'd be a good king kind of thing.
Okay, but you could... Okay.
So it's hard. It's hard. Like, that's my only thing, is like, it's hard.
Okay, counterpoint. Or counter.
Please.
It's episode 6 of season 4. You're writing all of the episodes. You know that this is going to happen. You know that this is a moment. And I know this is like, this is literally like missing the forest for the trees, because it's such an insignificant moment.
Sure. But it was powerful to you.
Well, it might have been
powerful to fans of the books. Like, it's
it stood out, and they brought attention to it at least. What's his name? Peter Dinklage, was acting off of it, and Dean Charles Chapman, had that moment where it almost looked like he hesitated. You could put this in episode 1, where like he and Tommen are like getting along, or like where he gets him a gift or something, or put the scene in episode 1.
He keeps talking to Bronn.
Put it in episode 2. Put in something in episode 2, like, George, you're the writer of this thing. You could have put in a little scene there. Then again, that, as we've discussed on last episode, that episode went through so much heavy revision that it just wasn't even. It probably just was like the last thing. But this is episode 6. You could have established it, and then that way, when that moment happens, it actually feels like something. Or you don't have that moment at all, and nobody cares and nobody notices. So I guess that's why it's like it was a weird thing that stood out to me. I didn't even write a note about it too. It's just something I remember well, because it leads into my next point of the show did its job, because I hate Tywin on the throne. Like, as soon as he comes up and sits on that throne, I'm like, man, there's no one who deserves to be the ruler of Westeros less than Tywin. I mean, it's not true. Tywin does kind of deserve to be on there. Because
it's so funny when I saw one part where Charles Dance was just like chatting about his character. She's like, oh yeah, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, who is this guy? He's dressed like Tywin Lannister, but he doesn't talk like him, he doesn't stand like him or anything. He's just some chummy old dude. And then all of a sudden you watch him act and you're like, yeah, whoa. Like, I mean, my God, he's good. Just
he's super good.
Oh my gosh. Now every time I read Tywin, I'm thinking of him. And that is not a bad thing. Like, a lot of their casting decisions were really good. He's probably one of the best casting decisions. Just so good. The Hound, too. I think the Hound was really well cast.
Yeah, I think the Hound was great casting.
Man, there was something... well done. I know that you and I disagree about... or you and I think that... and we agree that Peter Baelish, not well cast. But Varys, pretty well cast.
Varys, well cast.
Yeah, there's a lot.
I'm trying to think, because I know that Charles Dance has been in a bunch of stuff since Game of Thrones, but there was a couple of other things that I saw him in where I was like, that, like,
it's Tywin.
No, like,
but it's not.
Well, like, he's like the good guy. He's not the bad guy. Although for a lot of stuff, like, he's in Godzilla King of Monsters. Guess who he was?
Who was he?
The bad guy.
I would like him to be like some like action hero.
I think he's too old.
Roy, that was a great explosion. I just gave him an Australian accent.
I don't know.
That
There was
was
some
an
other stuff I was
explosion.
watching him in, and I was like, oh, he's not the bad guy. He's actually like a good guy. He was in The Crown. Anyway,
That was a moment to die hard for. He. Corny one-liners in action movies. Love them.
But yeah, I'm not gonna get too lost in the weeds here. But
then Shay shows up, right?
well, no. First off, we should go a little bit in order.
Sure,
here.
yeah.
So
Whatever you like.
It's funny because like all of the stuff, a lot of the stuff that the people were saying were just like straight up refutable or lies or like provided not in context.
I know.
After Varys, they have a recess. Jaime goes to Tywin and is like, I can strike a deal that I know will be beneficial for Tywin. And I love that scene. I thought it was great.
It was
I had
really
no problems
good.
with it. And Tywin, like, it's a little corny when Tywin's like, I knew you were going to do it the whole time. It's part of my evil plan. And then, but it makes sense.
Let me interrupt you for a moment. If you think about who are the villains of Game of Thrones, and you're like, oh, well, the Night King. Sure.
Okay.
But let's talk about other villains. Ramsay is a villain. The Juggernaut is a villain. But I think probably the number one villain has to be Tywin.
I think so too. I think he's the big bad.
He's there's a lot of things that the Juggernaut has done that's been terrible, but I think it kind of pales in comparison to Tywin. Everybody celebrates Tywin as like, oh, master strategist, blah blah blah. Yeah, well, he lost battles to the young wolf.
Right. He lost a lot of battle. Okay, like 3, but still,
Like
and a
3.
son.
But in
and
the
a
books,
son.
it's like 5 or 6, and a son, and just. And so how does he go about this? Treachery. That's one thing, and Charles Dance, when he acts, you're like, oh man, yeah, Tywin's just this great strategist and the legacy of the family. And then you look back at his actions, not what he says, but his actions. And you're just like, oh my God, like he was behind the Red Wedding. Like who kills somebody after guest rights? Like I'm sure the Freys were cool to do it, but Tywin was the one who's just like, yeah, if you're down, yeah, let's do it. Just like, and he's the one who, snuck into King's Landing at the sack of King's Landing, and he okayed all the, he okayed the Mountain to do that. Now, the Mountain didn't have to do what he did. He did it, but Tywin didn't tell him not to. And he knew very well what the Mountain was capable, or the Juggernaut was capable of doing. Sorry, I broke character there. I'm like an actor in Game of Thrones. So, I mean, I kind of consider Tywin as like, if you're gonna like label the villains like 1, 2, 3, who's the worst? It's like I would say Tywin, Juggernaut, Ramsay, and then coming in at number 4, probably the Night King.
I was like, Craster.
Craster. Yeah, coming in at number 4, Hisdar. Zerozan Daxos.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about that, how, like, it's funny because you would think that, and I guess this is where, like, George R. R. Martin hides his hand, like, exceptionally well, because, and this is probably better discussion on next episode. Yeah, next episode, this will be a better discussion, because it's about, like, Lisa Arryn killing Jon Arryn, and then going back to, like, Joffrey ordering Bran's assassination. Like, all of these things, like, Tywin technically doesn't really become the big bad villain as we know him until after Catelyn takes Tyrion. And then he starts putting everything in motion. And like you said, to me, he is the worst. He is the worst of the worst villains, because the most bad and the most trouble that's happened in the show and in the books to affect all of the characters, or as many characters as possible, except for Brienne, apparently. Actually, this is where it gets complicated. But anyway, for the majority of characters, I would say it's Tywin.
Melisandre burning people isn't a good thing either.
That's not a good thing, nor is like Stannis having a shadow baby kill Renly. That I immediately thought about that, and I was like, freaking Stannis! What a piece,
fratricide!
What a pos.
Yeah. Did you like all the Latin that was dropped? Even though they're speaking the common tongue.
That's next episode.
Oh, okay.
Or actually, that's in 2 episodes. But
2 episodes, yeah.
But yeah. Tywin's sitting on the throne. I think it's funny because like way back in season 1, they have that compelling line that has always stuck with me, and it is very Neddard Stark, where he's just like, you know, like if money won wars, why is Robert king? And the answer is Tywin is king in all but title. But now that he's Hand of the King, he gets to sit, again, they never mention it, on the incredibly uncomfortable throne and pretend to be king. It bothers me so much, and it shouldn't. It bothers me.
I would hate to be king. I would hate to sit on that stupid chair. I keep going back to it. I would want to live only in Dorne. That's the only place I'd want to live in
Bravos.
In the Seven Kingdoms. No, in the Seven Kingdoms.
In the Seven Kingdoms.
Yeah, that's it.
Not Highgarden?
That's about it. Well, I haven't been to Highgarden yet.
I'm assuming Highgarden's nice because they have a lot of flowers. But if you have allergies, you're dead. So
yeah.
Okay, but going back to it, like the deal that Jaime strikes is actually pretty compelling. And again, it's sacrifice, characters making decisions, but also Jaime proving that he's not really the smartest guy, but that he does love his brother. And I do like that they really, in the few moments that they have, they really push forward how much Tyrion and Jaime love each other. And like it's super effective. Like even from the start of the season, it's incredibly effective how well they establish that. So him doing this, you realize like he is putting it all on the line for his brother. And then Tywin, of course, is like, oh yeah, well, what I'm going to do is as long as he admits, you know, as long as he begs, as long as Tyrion begs me for mercy, I will let him, you know, take the black.
Take the black.
And there's this part of me that's like, oh man, it would be awesome if like Tyrion and Jon Snow were hanging out on the wall. And like, you know, like suddenly Jon Snow and Tyrion like find a way to make Jon Snow like the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, and Tyrion's his sidekick, like helping him out, him and Samwell, like the warring factions of like the pure moral good and like the like for the good of the people stuff. But yeah, that doesn't happen because no,
that ship sails. But at least Jon has Sam.
It true. The point of the trial isn't even to find Tyrion guilty or innocent. The point of the trial is just for Tywin to humiliate Tyrion.
Yeah.
Like if anything's proven by Shay testifying, it's that Tywin wants to humiliate Tyrion.
Yeah. And this is where things are going to line up with Storm of Swords. I wasn't sure how they were going to do it, but I should have known. I thought she got on that boat.
Yeah, I thought Bronn confirmed that she was on it.
I thought Bronn confirmed.
Like,
she's on that boat.
Granted, like, next episode, we're going to run into some Bronn, like, some Bronn stuff. But, like, I don't know. It's kind of weird. Did you like that? Like, how she testified, how she used, you know, Tyrion calling her a whore to, like, punctuate the moments in it, and how she kind of debased herself in the trial.
It's kind of what happens in the book too.
Yeah, but like it takes on a different context in the show.
It does, but sort of similar because he totally loves Shay. He just falls completely head over heels in love with her, and to be betrayed like that is just Oh, God. And you could see it all on his face. I mean, talk about pinnacle acting of this season, man. That was like, that was raw. It was so good. And then he just turns into Dark Tyrion, where you and I have talked off podcast about like, oh, are you okay with what like Tyrion does and stuff, and just, you know, he's short. But in that moment when he turns back to everybody, and the way his face is just deranged, and just the way he talks about it, just, man, just all of a sudden he turns into the monster that everybody says he is. Just like right there. Just like, you all. Just like, oof. Oof. I demand a trial by combat.
So here's the main question I have for you, because like I love, like, in a vacuum for this episode, so well directed, so well shot, all the performances fantastic, layered on perfectly, you know, like, except
for maybe Marin Trant, but I appreciate
no I'm talking actor. Specifically about like the Shay stuff.
I know.
All of that stuff is great and everything like that. Do you feel like they got to the emotional point for her accurately, or do you think that they had to, or do you feel like it was too, like they sacrificed some of the work that they did and ran into issues trying to get it to go where we hypothesize it's going to go based off of the book? Do you feel like do you feel like this moment was earned or contrived?
Earned.
Okay.
One scene in particular is when he says goodbye to Shay. That last moment where they had together, where he's just like, "You're a whore," and, you know, like, "I don't love you," blah blah blah. You know, where he just kind of spurns her. Like, that was the moment, and then that's where it leads. You know, hell hath no fury.
It's so weird. I know, like, maybe it's just like
It fits.
What?
It fits. To me, it just fits.
I know, and okay. This is again where like I'm gonna get murdered here, but like, it should fit. It should feel right, but I also feel like I don't know. It just feels weird because I feel like Shay should know how much Tyrion loves her at that point, and that he's trying to get rid of her to protect her. And like, if it were a different character, maybe I'd feel different, but she's so, like, for the longest time she called him on it. I don't know. I don't know. I can't. It still feels a bit. It still feels a bit off to me. Like, even though the performance is right there, and like they use his use of that word effectively, and I guess they teased it enough in previous episodes where it's like, don't call. It's like, you're just a blah blah blah. You know, you're just a whore. And it's just like, don't call me that. So I guess it makes sense. It just like. I am just gonna second guess it all the time, even though I feel like even though I feel like it got to that point, and at least the performance wise, I was like, yeah, this is devastatingly brutal. Now, does it take on a different context in the book? Based off of what you were telling me about Shay, it feels like it would take on a different context in the book. Like, it's not.
It does.
It's not her because she feels scorned taking it out on Tyrion.
She's looking to advance herself. She never loved Tyrion. She was just his whore the whole time. That was it. Tyrion was the one who fell in love. It was just one-sided. And Shay's always been, you know, she plays the role that she plays. Never really, I don't know. Never really, she just plays the role and does things that advantage her. That's what it is. She totally betrays Tyrion. and doesn't think twice about it because, she doesn't have to be a handmaid anymore. She can be something better.
That's
what she wants.
As you find out at the end of Storm of Swords, that version at least.
I don't know if that's going to be the same.
The other thing is like that version, because you've told me what happens at the end of Storm of Swords, and like at least that version, it's funny because it seems like it should have been like, it seems like doing this should have been a promotion for her, but based off of what you told me, it seems like it's just like a lateral promotion. Based off of what you've told me.
It's yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
I think I know. I think I have an idea of what might happen. But we'll talk about it next podcast.
We'll talk about it next podcast.
That is where we're going to talk. I know we're going to talk about it there. So we'll save it for then.
There's two things that I want to mention. So one of them is I find it funny how like Tyrion, like according to you, he's kind of like the atheist of the books.
Yes.
And yet he is like, I demand that the gods decide my fate. Trial by combat. It's like he doesn't believe in the gods. So he's just hoping that he gets a better swordsman than the other person.
Yes.
So I thought that was funny. I have to remember and remind myself that he doesn't believe in the gods, and so he is literally just looking at the statistics and is like, this is a better chance. I have a better chance fighting than I do with a jury. So I thought that was funny.
Well, he could have just confessed and been sent to the wall. And Jaime would have renounced it. Like, that could have happened.
So and they kind of ruin this in the next episode, but the one thing about the inside the episode that I wrote was that I'm glad D.B. Weiss explained Tyrion's logical motive for what he does. Because there's the emotional side, of course.
Right.
The emotional side being, I've been scorned by the only woman I love. I'm enraged. In my rage, I'm doing the last desperate card I have. And I don't want to have to beg. But the other thing he does is by doing a trial by combat, he's pretty certain that he's going to lose. Because he has to assume that the person that he's going to be going against is the person that ends up fighting for Cersei. But so he has to understand, like, he's probably going to lose, but if I do it this way, Jaime doesn't have to renounce being the Kingsguard. And if he doesn't have to renounce being Kingsguard, he can't inherit lands. So Tyrion dies and can't inherit the land. Jaime can't inherit the land because he's Kingsguard. So Tywin is screwed because he doesn't have anyone to carry on his name. And when D.B. Weiss explained that in the behind the episodes, I was like, bravo.
Oh,
that was
no. I have long said on this podcast that I feel like D.B. Weiss has his hand on the pulse. Like, he knows, he like intimately these things. Like, he just very much in the flow of the books, in the spirit of it. And I feel like he probably wanted to have Vargo Hoat in there. He probably wanted to have the characters be a little more character.
I don't know about that. Maybe.
No, maybe not.
Maybe, because the episodes that they direct, the characters have a lot more, like, there's a lot more goofy qualities to them. But that's ruined in the next episode when they literally explain that. So, but also, my one last note about this episode, watching the sneak peek for the next episode did not inspire confidence in me, because this episode ends on such a high note. It ends on like, I'm like, I can't wait to watch the next episode. And then I'm watching the trailer for the next episode and it just looks so boring. So I was not excited for the next episode. Any last thoughts?
It was rough. You feel for Tyrion right there.
Yeah.
It was great. Just no other final thoughts.
It was so good. It was so good.
So good. I do have a final thought. I know on this podcast we talk a lot about criticisms that we have, but right there, I feel that the books and the show really did come together, or the show did the book justice, or the book did the show justice, or the show outdid the book. Like that's what I meant. That's what I wanted to say, is that they're on equal level, or the show outdid the book in that scene. And that is one of the benefits of the book being written, where you know how you're going to do it and you're going to outdo the scene from the book. And I felt like it was just same thing in episode 8 in that, you know, the climactic battle in the end. That was another point where I felt like the peak of the book and the peak of the show kind of matched each other. So well done.
Okay, we'll talk more about that fight scene because I've got thoughts on that fight when we get to it. But next up we have episode 7. All right, so episode 7, Mockingbird, written by David Benioff, D.B. Weiss. Like I said before, like just looking at the preview of this episode, I just got sad.
Not to be confused with the letdown that was Mockingjay.
No, not to be confused with Mockingjay Part 1.
No, Jocking May.
Things can only get worse from here. No, you know what's common between Mockingbird and Mockingjay?
What?
Actually, I don't think she's on this episode. I was gonna say Margarine Tyrell is in both. But
no, Marjorie Tyrell Gott. Yeah,
right? She's not in this episode.
She's not in the last two. I don't think she's. I mean, she had to have watched the fight, but I didn't see her. She had to have been there. They were all there. Everybody in King's Landing was there.
Where do you want to start?
Yeah. So the mountain was just like killing people, and I don't know why.
So I guess we're gonna start in King's Landing.
The Juggernaut.
Yeah, the Juggernauts. No, and he looks different now than he did before.
He used to have a black beard. Now he's like light brown hair. So
he used to be tall and skinny as well. They kept recasting him.
Really?
Yeah.
Like from season 1 all the way through?
Yeah.
Was it like every season it was different?
I think like season 1 through season 1 had someone, and then 2 and 3 had someone, and then they settled on this guy.
So why didn't they just have him wear the helmet the whole time? Just keep him scary. But apparently my wife said that there might be a reason why he should show his face. But I don't know. I don't think you needed to.
I'm going to plead the fifth on that one.
Sure. So he was killing people.
Yeah, I maybe to show how like masochistic he is, because I think your impression of the Mountain, based off of what he's done in the book, is more significant than in the show. So I think it's kind of like with Craster's Keep, where they needed to like reinforce how awful or bad he is. This is their way to do it. I should CinemaSins ding them for it because it's so out of context. But I think like even though Pedro Pascal does a really good job in that first episode where he's introduced of like describing how horrible the Mountain is, I think that the book probably does a more consistent job of reminding you how bad he is. Because like in the show, he's in season 2, like as they're doing the torturing, but a lot of it is kind of like the legend of him being bad. So this is one of the few chances we get to see how horrible he really is in a context that's important. So
right, just killing
I didn't hate
people,
it. I thought,
and Cersei is just like fine with it. Oh, look at him! Like, okay, what's going on here? Like, why is he killing them? Are they prisoners sentenced to die? Are they just like homeless folks? Like, I just don't understand.
Yeah, I mean, we talk a lot about like you have screen economy to use. Like, why are you? What do you choose to use it? I didn't have as big a problem.
It just doesn't make sense in the society. Like, right, there's all these people that somebody else can kill. It's the Purge, Gregor Clegane style. All right, Juggernaut. Okay, that was all I had for that part. It was like, it was very like, that really stood out. Like,
yeah, it was kind of.
there?
I don't know. I didn't have as big a problem. I actually have a lot of notes for this episode.
Ooh.
My first note was sigh. I miss Brian Cogman, which makes me think that the initial dialogue, because I think it starts with like a discussion between Jaime and Tyrion, and it's just very on the nose and very obvious about what they're talking about. Whereas like with Brian Cogman, they would kind of finesse the dialogue more. But that's where Jaime admits like, I'm not good enough to be your champion because I can't beat anyone with my left hand.
Right.
So I appreciated that. And then, you know, Bronn finally shows up and is like, look, dude, I have to look out for myself. I don't think I can beat the mountain.
I don't think he can
person's
either.
A sweet deal.
I don't think he can either.
Like, I love how, like, the friendship and relationship between Tyrion and Bronn is like, everything that Bronn did, it seems like it'd be horrible, but everyone who's watching the show understands, like, he's out there for self-preservation, and this is the best way to do it. But I also think if Bronn thought he could beat the mountain, he probably would go for it.
Yep.
Just because he could. But he's just, like, very upfront about, like, I have a ceiling. I have a skill ceiling, and this is where
the mountain, he wields a great sword. Like ice, which, you know, the blade went all the way up to Sean Bean's shoulders. Went all the way up to Deddard Stark's shoulders.
Yeah.
And the mountain can wield one of those swords with one hand. You've got the reach, and he's quicker than he looks. That's very scary. He's a very formidable fighter.
Did you and then like this I feel like the episode ends. No, it doesn't end with that. But then he's visited by Prince Toblerone, and
that's how it ends, yeah.
That's not how the episode ends, but that's how King's Landing ends.
Oh,
Did you like the way that played out?
I did. Great acting, Pedro Pascal. I will be your champion. I need a Toblerone for that, for sure.
Yeah.
I think in the books, he just announces it in front of everybody. Cersei's like, my champion's the mountain, and I think Oberyn just stands up, like, I will be the Imp's champion in front of everybody. I can't remember if I got the details right or wrong. I'd have to get back to you on that, but I felt like it was more of a public spectacle.
So, at what point in the book do you know the backstory between Toblerone and the mountain?
From the very beginning. Beginning.
So that kind of happens in the book as it does in the show, where like Tyrion stumbles upon Toblerone.
Mm-hmm. Stumbles upon? No, Tyrion rides out to meet him.
Well, yeah, rides out to meet him.
Yeah, and then they ride together and talk. And from the very beginning, Toblerone has been like, I'm excited to see your father, waiting for him to give me my justice. Still waiting for it and ready to get it.
Yeah. Okay. Do you like that dialogue that they have where he's like, I went in and I was disappointed by you, Tyrion, because I went in expecting a monster and all I found was a regular baby boy. I was like, oh. I really liked that.
I did too. And just Tyrion, of course, the gruesome scene, you know, the gruesome dialogue about what Cersei did to Tyrion's little wiener.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the books, obviously you can't see Tyrion's face, but you can read his thoughts, and he just went, gods. Like, that happened. Oh my god. Like, just, jeez. Like, yeah. Cersei is one sick person.
MFer, yeah.
Yeah, she's super, just, oh my gosh. And that's, reading Feast and some of her POVs, it's super consistent with her character. Just, oh my gosh. Like, just, what a, yeah, she is a terrible person. She is a terrible person. You don't think that in the very beginning. You think that, oh, she's, you know, Robert is, you know, totally like slapping her and she can't do anything, and Robert is the big thing and she's just this meek queen and later you find out, no, she's... Oh.
She'd been doing devious things behind Robert's back.
The whole time. Just, oh my gosh. Yeah. Well, when we get to some of those scenes in, King's Landing and Feast for Crows, there's some, like, classic Cersei lines where I just... Like, I have a hard time reading past some of those thoughts that she has, where I just, like... Whew, let me, like, process this for a minute. So, I'm sure I'll share you with that when that happens.
Okay. Because we can look at the titles of the episodes.
Yes.
I knew it was coming, but I still cheered when he was like, "I will be your champion," because F it. Pedro Pascal's performance as Toblerone was like star-making stuff.
Oh,
like,
yeah,
the fact
100%.
that he started popping up everywhere after this, and he's in The Mandalorian, and he's awesome in a bunch of stuff. Is like, man,
Wonder Woman.
This show, Wonder Woman. He's great in that. Like, this show put him on the map. Like, well deserved.
Well deserved. He was
anything. Oh, so, yeah.
I just think that apparently he was super popular with the fan base.
When he came on that first episode, I had already known him, like, who he was as an actor before, but man, he just owned it. Kind of like how I actually really like the guy who currently plays as Dario Naharis.
No, Dario.
I felt like it was similar, where that guy came on and, like, he just owned the spotlight. Like, the show does a good job. Like, Mario will be happy. The show does a good job of when it introduces some of these characters that when the actors are introduced, and maybe it's probably more the directors, they allow a space for the actor to, like, show why you should be rooting for this character.
Still waiting for that for Barristan Selmy. Still waiting for that. I know he sought the Manticore, but that was about it. Still waiting for more of his moments. He shines in the books a couple of times, and he's an awesome character. He's so awesome. He's one of my favorites.
Should we move on?
One of my favorites. Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, I know. I feel like Barristan Selmy is kind of... when we get to the next episode, we'll talk about Barristan Selmy. Also, my only note about the trial that I wish I had was I wish they did a few more reaction shots to Toblerone and some of the other people. That would be it. That would be the only, like, real addition to the trial scene that I would have liked a bit more of. Where do you want to go to next?
Arya.
Let's talk about Arya.
Yeah, so Arya was hanging out with the Hound, and then the Hound gets bit by Biter, who was, along with Rorge, captured also along with Jack and Hagar from King's Landing as they're trying to get up to the wall. So we finally see them, and we finally get to end their story. A little bit different in Feast for Crows. They actually meet Brienne of Tarth.
Really?
And I had, like, just read it too when I was watching that episode, and I was like, hey, wait a minute. And I don't know what's going to happen to Brienne, but it was pretty bad from the book. So Biter takes off a piece of her cheek and starts to chew and swallow some of her. And she's like, because it's from her POV, and she's like, oh my God, he's eating me. Like, this is, it's, it is pretty wrong. Yeah.
So wait, those two don't encounter the Hound, they encounter Brienne instead?
They do.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. All right.
And it's...
Is Podrick with her at that time?
He is, but not in the same space. They're at an inn. It's actually it's quite a bit of the ways through Feast. Quite a bit of the way through. So it's, but I remember reading that and I just went, oh man. And then I watched the show and I went, hey, wait a minute. But so we also get reminders that the Hound does not like fire.
Right.
Yeah, I think that was my only note about the Arya thing.
My thing about the Arya thing is they spend a lot of time with her and the Hound, because there's that guy who's, like, dying and, like, they're talking to him.
That's right.
And then
yes.
like the Hound kills him by stabbing him through the heart. And then they're confronted by the prisoners. And I remember this distinctly because I have a very interesting note here. They're confronted by the prisoners, and they take the Hound is bitten, and then they're able to take one of the guys down, and then the other one, and the Hound is like, "Is this person's name on your list?" He's like, "No, because I don't know his name." And it's like, "What's your name?" And he tells her her name because he's a stupid dude. And then she's like, "Thank you, blah blah blah," and stabs him in the heart. I didn't like it. I didn't like it because it felt like I'm constantly looking for like, well, why is this scene in the show? And this felt like this whole scene was in here just to show that Arya now knows where the heart is. So that's why I didn't like it. And then, but of course, later on, they then have a follow-up scene where she's trying to repair it, and that sort of helps to build their relationship. So while like, and again, I don't like it in the way of like, I'm like, it's fine. But then the follow-up to that, like if they just left the scene as is, I probably would have been like, it's fine. I wasn't a fan, but it's not really hurting anyone. It's probably better than the whole like water dance stuff on the previous time we saw them, which didn't do anything. But this time at least, like there's a follow-up, and then there's another moment that they have where it's like, where she's like, "Can I at least clean your wound?" And he's like, "I'm afraid of fire because my brother held my hand." And so you see that their relationship is developing. So I appreciate that.
That's
all
one
I have
more
to say
reason
about
too. There's one more reason too.
Well, the bite so far the bite's becoming important.
Right. That's what it is.
And but again, like yeah. Anyway, that's it just felt like a really weird like outlier scene, but yeah, it's good. It's fine. It's fine. Where to next?
The Wall. Jon Snow.
Yep.
He can't seal up the holes. With Janos Slynt and Sir Alistair. Sir Alistair Thorne. A thorn in the side of Jon Snow. But that was pretty much what I had there. I can't remember more. I think that was just like one of those like little things like, oh yeah, this happened and then this happened.
Yeah. I don't have any like it's funny because sometimes I remember watching that scene and being like, oh yeah, that was kind of cool, and then I'll read the summary of it and be like, man, this was useless. Like on Wikipedia it's like, Jon suggests to Thorin to block the passage through the wall to prevent Raiders' army from coming through.
No man's Raider
crest is ridiculed. I don't have anything to comment on.
No.
Good I guess a good scene. It's clearly building to something.
Pushes the story.
It's getting frustrating to watch, but also it feels like they're introducing rules that are probably established, but they haven't established in the show, because it's like, what pot are you on? And it's like, I'm a steward, all right. Well, what about the builder? What does he have to say about it? And I was like, what? There's another classification of people in Castle Black?
There are. You got the Rangers, the stewards, the builders. They have their whole, like, they're kind of classified by job.
Classified by job. Established. The only, like, I bet if I had polled 10 people and I asked them if they had just watched the show, what jobs are there at Castle Black or on the Wall, pretty sure they would have said, oh, there's only Rangers and stewards. So that's what I mean. Like, the builders came out of nowhere. It's not a big deal.
No.
It's not something I harp on. I don't remember exactly what he said. It's just getting to the point where it's like really weird. Why? I mean, I guess the point is the animosity between Thorin and Jon is palpable.
Yeah.
And as a viewer, it's good content because it's frustrating to watch. But as a guy who's analyzing it critically, I wish they had devoted a bit more time to it, just to like show the ebbs and flows a bit more.
I feel like there's some pretty good tension building.
There is. And again, like I said, it's weird reading it on a Wikipedia page on how little it is, but there's a
Right.
lot of stuff going on underneath the hood that's important. This isn't the episode where he was like, hey, keep your wolf out of here, right? That's next episode. Or was that this episode?
Oh my gosh, I can't remember.
Well, that scene was
so sorry.
That scene was another one where it was frustrating to me because I was like we don't allow wild animals as John is telling the wolf where to go. It's like
it's probably
it's
in
like,
that episode. I don't know why I
are
can't remember
people-
that though. It's just very like, and you know what? There was another wolf thing that I forgot too. My wife was like, "Wait a minute, what about?" So I know Summer was captured, but what about Ghost? Wasn't he also captured by Craster?
Yeah.
And I couldn't for the life of me remember, and I couldn't even remember where or when that happened.
Ghost was captured when they took over Craster's Keep because
Okay.
Ghost was staying with the rest of the Night's Watch
That's right.
while
And then
Jon Snow went out with the wildlings.
and Summer got caught later.
And Summer got caught when they were spying to see what was going on Craster's Keep.
Man, thank you. I can
You're
report
welcome.
back.
Yeah. I'm enjoying season 4, so.
Yeah.
All right, where to next?
Let's do the fan service. Brienne and Pod are hanging out, and then they run into none other than
Hot Pie!
Yeah.
Does that happen in the book?
No,
I
but
figured.
I don't care. That's awesome. It was so good.
I did enjoy it. They use it to good effect as far as like advancing the plot because like of course he knows Arya's Stark, even though it is a little contrived.
It's the wrong sister. It's
Like-
the wrong Alice.
But okay, so like this is where people are gonna harp on me. Like I enjoy I enjoy seeing Hot Pie again.
Yeah.
I'm sure he enjoyed getting another paycheck.
Sure did.
But like Brienne has been in this world long enough and knows the value of saying something like Sansa Stark out loud
Yeah.
that I feel like she wouldn't do that.
You're
And
right.
two, that she would get lucky enough that, you know, this guy would be foolish enough to be like, well, I know Arya Stark and here, give her that. Like that's why I feel like it's a little too contrived. Because if she did it in literally any other scenario, she probably would have gotten killed.
Yes.
Which Podrick points out, and then the fact that it's undercut by him actually helping them, I think is a little bit bad. Now, again, like I said, I appreciate seeing Hot Pie. I feel like it was a little bit too gratuitous for the fan service, but it's all good.
I liked it. Because I like Hot Pie.
I like Hot Pie, too.
I mean, I would have loved to have seen him yell, Hot Pie! As his battle cry when Arya yelled Winterfell. That would have been amazing. But, yeah.
You know who else wanted that?
Who?
Brian Cogman, the writer of that episode. So, yeah.
It was an epic
You're not
moment.
alone.
It was an epic
You're not
moment.
alone.
Yeah.
Yeah, the gratuitous fan service.
I've only got 2 more things, and one of them is a long one.
Well, the other thing is I wish that in the direction of the episode, they had more clearly indicated which road went to the Vale and which road went to wherever they were going to head otherwise. Because they just start heading down a road, and I was like, I don't know what to make of that. So I
Maybe
wish they
they
had
don't
established it better. Like, if they looked at it and like, yeah, it would have been cringy. It would have cinema dinged it, where they're like, that road goes here. It's like, yeah, but if we take this road, we could go to the Vale. Look, and then go. I think it had more to do with just screen direction stuff, which is getting really into the weeds. Like, they should have had a master shot of them. And again, maybe I just slept through that part, but master shot of them approaching the fork, looking, and then like Podrick saying like, if we go this way, we go to the Vale. Maybe we'll see both of them there. If she's headed there with the Hound, I don't love that idea. She looks back at that road, but then they end up going towards the Vale. I don't know. Just a personal preference. All right, you had only 2 more things. You said.
Yeah, only 2 more locations.
I think I have one more. Because we have Dragonstone, Marine, and Eyrie.
We had Dragonstone?
We had Dragonstone.
Oh my.
Melisandre's taking a bath.
Oh, that's right. I didn't even write that down because I was just going to go to Marine into the Vale.
I have nothing. Yeah, I get. So this is like the DB Weiss, David Benioff thing where it's like, you got to push it forward a little bit here. Whatever.
Pretty much.
Let's go. Where do you want to go to first?
Marine?
Let's go to Marine.
Yeah. So not really. It's different than the books. At this point, Jorah Mormont has been gone. You had Jorah kissing Daenerys, and then Jorah was banished, and the twice exiled knight, I guess. And then that's when she is going to bed with Daario. It plays out very different in the books. She basically is going to be marrying somebody else at this moment, but she's super stressed with like a bunch of other stuff that's going on. And Daario comes back, and she and him have been flirting relentlessly, and so she finally gives into it. But you've got a whole slew of problems that she's dealing with. She's dealing with like a bunch of refugees trying to enter Marine who have the bloody flux, which is horrible disease. You've got like a lot of stuff going inside of Marine, which is ran by the Sons of Harpies, and they're just destroying and killing people, trying to get back at her. You have Yunkai and Astapor just starting to rise up. You have them starting to block off the bay, so that way she can't like get any trade her way, and all these other things are starting to converge on her. It's just not a good situation for her to be in. So that's when this occurs in the books. Now, there's a lot of stuff going on right now for Daenerys. And I think I was mentioning, maybe even off podcast, where I was like, I think they have kind of a problem here because of what's going on in Feast and then with Dance. Like, what are they going to do? Are they going to follow all these little plot stuff? Or are they going to, like, do what they did in Harry Potter 5, which is cut some but leave some in? I think that's the direction you go. But they have to figure out what they're going to cut and what they're going to leave in. And, if they cut it all out, that'd be interesting too. I don't know. I just, this is me shrugging my shoulders going, there's a lot of stuff going on.
Do you think they're introducing this? Do you think they're introducing all of this stuff too soon?
Well, maybe at this point they have to think about how they're going to end the show. And if they follow through with all these different things that Daenerys has to counter with, how are they going to end the show? I just, I don't know. It's, you can't have it all in there. It's too much. So you have to make some tough decisions, and I just don't know what they're going to do. Like, I'm pretty sure there's a clear direction here, but I wish I had the answers for you. I know if it were me, I would ignore everything and make her go to Westeros. That's what I would do.
So, like, one of the problems we talk about with Daenerys' storyline, or at least that I feel, is like I said earlier, there's too many times where it's just like marginally pushing things forward. Now, they did introduce some of this stuff on the last episode. No, the episode before. On one of the ones where I was just like, oh, they're marginally pushing it. That's where they're introducing it. But it would be nice if there was a little bit more action for what's going for it. Now, they do kind of start doing that this episode, because this is the episode where they send out Cruella guy to go and appease it. So I think the key would be to just pick and choose a handful of things, or just like devote her storyline one episode at a time to introducing the issue and solving it that episode, or introduce one issue and solve a different one. So it feels like it's always compiling.
What year did this season? What year did this come out?
This one came out 2014.
And Dance, it's which
2011.
2011. Okay. So
they would have had all of this information. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Well, they're adapting parts of it.
Right.
They're adapting it, so they have the information.
That's an interesting thought. You could devote like a chunk of Daenerys on each of these problems, or maybe throw out like a couple, but keep some in there and just focus on those. Yeah.
Which it seems like they're doing. It just like the other thing that they're running into is, so like before, like Jorah confronts her about like, you should have been more merciful in here or in there, because now there's an uprising here, and if we had shown mercy, or if we had done this, like if we had been more merciful to the people here in Meereen, we might not have as big a problem in some of the other areas. I remember as I was listening to that, like the thing about changing Daenerys' mind on mercy, I was like, this should have been coming from Barristan, but because they need Jorah to see Daria walking out of her bedroom, it has to be Jorah.
Right.
I didn't. That's one of those things that I didn't like.
It would have been Barristan Selmy, because he's the one who's always with her. It would have been him. But yeah, no, you're right. Good.
So one of the problems the show's having is they just don't know what to do with each of these three characters. They resolve that issue on the next episode, but it's weird that like this sort of like this the dynamic isn't clearly established, like, because, and what I mean by that is like, yes, there's a lot of complicated relationships in the show and in the books, but you also have a clear understanding of what the purpose of each thing is, or if that's not the case in the book, at least in the show, it's better to take some time to make sure it's clearly established. And then you have issues and moral questions being asked only by one character, or moral issues of a certain type only being asked by one character, and it would just help with reading things better, is my opinion. Again, you can take it or leave it.
Well, I think
that's how I felt. Oh, yeah. And also Dario's ass. There you go. Representation.
I think that you were sort of getting to scope creep, and I think that's where like you have an idea, and then just what you're talking about before. I probably paraphrasing it wrong, but just what are you gonna do with this character? What are you gonna do with that character? What are you gonna do with that character? And you don't want to like make it too much, and it's
right.
No, the first book is pretty tight, but you can definitely understand how there's going to be a lot of challenges moving forward.
And they've even cut characters too. Like they were smart enough to cut some characters. I'm
yes. Sure. Well, and George R. R. Martin ran into the same thing. That's probably one of the big reasons why Winds of Winter isn't out yet. It really kind of spiraled out too much.
Yeah. So. What do you mean 30 points of view characters? How can you get anything done with that? Like, oh my god. It's like a series of short stories.
It is.
I think that the way that Dario and Daenerys flirt in the show is done very well as well. Mm-hmm.
The flowers, it's a nice touch. All like the exotic looking flowers that he brings her is pretty cool.
Well, even just like their like you can kind of tell that they're starting to get flirty, and like she's like firm, but like with a little bit of like there's a little bit of a laughter, or like mm-hmm. a little bit of mischief in her eye when she's talking to him. So I think that works really well. But I don't have anything else to talk about Meereen.
Same. Should we get to the big stuff in the episode?
Yeah. So the first thing I'll mention is I like how, like, when they introduce Sansa in the Eyrie and it's snowing and they start playing, it's either the Stark theme or the Winterfell theme. I was like, this is excellent direction and choice of music, because you realize this is the first time Sansa has seen snow since she left Winterfell. And I thought that was a very powerful moment. I thought that was done exceptionally well.
It was one of my favorite scenes, just especially the colors where it's just all white in there, and then the music. I mean, it just hit on just so many levels for me. It was just like that entrance right there, just
so good.
It was dare I say it, better than the books. Like, it was just, it just hit that emotion just really, really well. And kudos.
Yeah. It's one of those times, like, being a show really does elevate it. You know, being a visual medium, an audio-visual medium with, you know, it elevates the moment.
Absolutely. And then when she starts building the Winterfell castle and just, you know, of course, like the use of colors, and it was exactly how I imagined it, basically. It was just so good. And then they had to ruin it. Well, it's not their fault. It was a story. The story happens, but it was ruined by the actor. I wonder how, like, other fans felt about the actor for Middlefinger.
Oh, okay. Before we do that, it was ruined for me because Robin comes and Sansa and Robin are sharing this nice moment, and then he tries to add the fly door and ruins part of the castle. Maybe it was just me, but I felt the way that the tension escalated in that scene was very forced.
He's a little kid. She disciplines him.
So what I mean is, like, he ruins it, and then it seemed like she was taking, like, a light jab at him, and then he reacted negatively, which I understood. I understood, like, he's emotionally stunted, and so he's going to be mad and be super protective. But then instead of, like, I felt like it missed a beat where they needed one more moment of, like, Sansa being like, no, it's, like, it's fine, really, it's fine. But she also immediately went to, like, super mad. And that's what I mean by, like, it felt a bit off, because, like, not that she's the most even-tempered person, but it seemed strange, or they didn't do a good enough job of, like, showing how precious building that snow castle was to her. Because, like, she turned just way too fast. So, like, I felt like they needed another beat of her being, like, understanding but getting a bit more frustrated, and then getting frustrated and then slapping him. That felt off to me. So yeah, I just wanted to make a note of that. Because I mean
I thought it was fine.
Like, it just okay. That's fair enough. I know it's ticky tacky, but, like, it pulled me out of the scene.
Sorry, the Stark song still is just, like, so powerful.
Yeah, Middlefinger shows up and kisses Sansa.
Yes.
And it's super creepy.
Especially because you see Liza looking down from, like, a super creepy angle. Just, man, just like, really just...
I don't know, it just felt creepy. Like, I did not envy the actor. I didn't envy the actor who played as Middlefinger. I thought it was just wrong.
Yeah, it's supposed to be really weird.
It is.
And then you have the epic conclusion.
Yes. She drags Sansa into the room where people fly, and she accuses him of kissing the only man that she's really loved.
Middlefinger.
And she holds her over, and she's cursing at her, and she's ready to let her fly too, because Liza gets hysterical.
And according to the Inside the Episode, Benioff said that, and probably the only person who could ever calm her down is the master manipulator, Littlefinger. Probably the only one in Westeros who could do it. And I was like, Yeah. All right.
Don't forget. He starts that by saying like, yeah, and she's this like she's crazy and she's psychotic and she's jealous. Like that's how he introduces the character, and it's like, although in this case it's justified. And I'm like, oh my god, don't lead with that. Don't lead with that if you're gonna undermine it. It just betrays his own prejudices, is what I'll say. But yes, middle finger comes in. He is the only one who can calm her down. And then he says the thing that I was like, we all know where this is going. Where he's like, and let me know if I'm going too fast, but he's like,
no, you're good.
He's like, I've only ever loved one woman. And I was like, I either have watched too much media or it was just very poorly planned. And I'm like, oh, so he's gonna kill her. Because the only woman he's ever loved was Catelyn Stark. So we know something bad's going to happen. And then he pushes her, and there's a terrible comp shot of her falling into the hole. And then there's a much better comp shot of her falling to her death.
I didn't even notice it. Like that's why I love
it's really bad. If you go back and watch it, it looks awful. Like it's very bad. And I'm sure it's the only reason it's very bad is because they were rushed to get it done. But there's like a halo light around her. It's just bad. It's bad. It's not the VFX company's fault. I'm pretty sure it's the assets that they were given they just did not match. But yeah, it's rough. How did you like that scene?
I like the build up to it. There was a really big issue. Well, it's not a huge issue, but it is an issue. In the books, there is a third person in the room, or I should say, fourth person in the room. There is the bard, Marillion, who is the same bard that traveled with Tyrion at the very beginning of the series. There's this bard at the very beginning that traveled with them to the Vale and stuff. He stays there and he plays, and this is not the first time that he's done this, because he played music louder and louder and louder. So yeah, Middlefinger pushes out Lysa, and I think this is a scene where it should be revealed that I did this for you. I did, as she's holding Sansa to throw her to her death. Middlefinger comes in, and then that's when she says, I did all this stuff for you. And you kiss her. WTF. And I think that instead of saying, oh, I even murdered my husband, Jon Arryn, they handed the king. I think that moment, and saving that for this part here, would have been better. That's where it happens in the books. Minor criticism, but I felt like it probably would have been a little more dramatic, where the viewer probably would say, like, oh my god, that was... Yeah. At this super dramatic moment, too, where it happens. And then the guards come in. So this is back to the novel. The guards come in, and Middlefinger says, it was the bard that did it. Arrest the bard did it. And because Peter Baelish married Lysa, so now he's protector of the Vale, so his word kind of rules. And they arrest the bard, and that's Sansa's ending story in Storm of Swords. I was like, oh my gosh! I think that's where it ends for her. So, super dramatic, just like everything builds, boom, epic sequence. Now, what did they say in the show? What was the excuse for her dying? She jumped to her death or something? I can't remember.
They get into it next episode, but yeah, I think they say that she jumped to her death. She committed suicide.
I just can't remember. Maybe because...
No, I'm not going to lie. When that happened in the show, I was like, this is stupid. I'm not... Because there's no out. There's no out for Peter Baelish. There's nowhere he can go. It was the dumbest... It was one of the dumbest things he could have ever done. To me. But see, this is a recurring pattern with this version of the character. You know what I mean? He makes these. It's I know they're little changes It's like the same thing. Like I said before, it's like the execution. The same, no pun intended. It's the same things going on that are going on in the book, but they're changing just enough. They're missing just enough detail to make them issues that they then have to find a way to fix. Like when done well, it elevates the material. When done poorly, like when done well, like when Khal Drogo is nicked in the fight because he was defending Daenerys about the slave, and that all becomes a circular ironic. It becomes dramatically ironic.
Rakara lives! He's still alive.
Well, that's...
Anyways.
I don't know what to tell you.
It's okay.
but in this case, it's just seems poorly calculated for a guy who calculates everything. This just seems poorly calculated in the show.
Did he tell... No, I guess probably not. I felt like it would have happened where he's already telling Sansa, like, what are we doing? We're trying to win the Game of Thrones. He
hasn't said that. I think maybe in like a Varys scene, he said like, it's all a game. But he hasn't told Sansa, I don't think.
Yeah, this is a... they're probably going to do it later. But you and I were talking about how originally George R. R. Martin wanted to do a time jump, like a 5-year time jump. And the idea was that Sansa is with Middlefinger, where Middlefinger teaches her how to play the Game of Thrones in that 5-year time jump. So she understands how to move pieces, how to do all this stuff. And they did a great job in the show kind of showing that she does have the mind for it. And so he does kind of teach her and train her. Of course, though, it happens in Feast. So you kind of get to see it happening. It's really cool. So I'm hoping they start to do this. And I think they are doing it in the next episode. They kind of start doing it. So.
One thing we didn't talk about last episode, but I kind of wanted to remember. Last episode,
Sure.
as in like last episode of Waymar Pod. So the reason why Baelish sides with the Tyrells, is it because Tywin, like he abandons the Lannisters because Tywin ordered Catelyn's death?
That's a very good reason. Good reason.
Because he's like, I've changed sides. I always bet with a winner, and Tywin's not a winner anymore. And I was like, that's not necessarily what I'm hearing, but my understanding is that he would more than likely abandon helping Tywin, because he's been a major component in making sure Tywin succeeds up until this point. But now that Catelyn's gone, suddenly it seems like now is when Littlefinger is, at least in the show, is starting to maybe change allegiances. It was after the Red Wedding. So
that's a very, very good thought. I think you probably hit it on the head. And eventually, when I read through again, I will be looking out for that. When I hit Storm, and I'm like, oh, this is the moment this happened. Let's see how things kind of progress that way. Yeah, because after, you bring up a great point. Because after Red Wedding, it seemed like it was all roses. Yup, the Tyrells. Yup. It was all roses until, for the Lannisters, it felt like everything was great. And then that's actually kind of where things were starting to go wrong. Because that's when Oberyn arrived. That's when, Joffrey passed, and that's, stuff was starting to happen here. So that's probably, I would say that's a really good thing. The Strangler might have been meant for Tywin and not for Joffrey. Like, you don't really, sometimes you're not sure who the intended target was.
Well, it would again, if he's working with the Tyrells, the target was still probably Joffrey, just because the way that in the show it made it seem the old lady Tyrell was like, I could never let you marry a masochistic, insane person like Joffrey. So, and it also furthers eliminating Tywin's line. And it's like, sometime, as we learned in The Dark Knight, the slow knife is the best. So,
and knowing Peter Baelish, he probably already had other things in place. So he's just like, yeah, you know what? I'll do the High Gardens one, and then we'll tackle Tywin a little bit later.
So is Peter Baelish, like, now that you've spent some time with him in Feast for Crows, is he different in the book than he is in the show?
My imagination is that he is. I think he's more like a Johnny Depp, but not Captain Jack Sparrow. I just imagine him more like Johnny Depp, and just with that voice, but like really good pronunciation, and he doesn't talk drawn out like this, and he doesn't seem sinister. He's just kind of unassuming, but the gears are always turning, and he looks at everything like a game, and he also is a very good actor. So when he's on the fingers, which we don't get to see in the show, which I think I said this last time too, it's okay. Like they skip this part, that's fine. But when he's home on the fingers, although if George R. R. Martin wrote it, they probably would not skip that scene, because it really shows his character. Because when he's there, he's just all chummy. Hey, how you doing? Hi, how's it going? Yeah, this is great. Blah blah blah. And then later, behind the scenes, that's when he talks to Sansa like, yes, what do you think I'm doing here? Like, what do you think I'm trying to do? I'm trying to win. And just all of a sudden it's like, whoa, like this guy's like, what's going on here?
Yeah, that's that's like an interesting line to balance. And the only other thing is like, so do you feel like it would have been better instead of having, because I know that people like the scenes between Tywin and Arya. I hate them.
I liked him.
I hate them because I feel like it undermines Tywin, and I still do. Especially now that we're this far in, really? I feel like it undermined him. Yeah,
interesting.
Would you have rather had scenes showing Peter Baelish in this different light, where he's like chummy with it, where he's like, he's like the Atticus Finch of whatever the fingers? Like, would you have rather had that, or would you rather have the scenes of Arya mixing it up with Tywin?
Oh, boy.
Like, who do you think it's better to kind of humanize? Do you think it was better to humanize Tywin, or do you think it would be better to humanize Peter Baelish? Not that he hasn't had a chance of, like, God knows they've given him plenty of freaking screen time.
Well, I mean, they happen in different seasons, so it would be like, what would you take out of the other one?
But if you had to choose if you could only humanize one of the two, who would you rather humanize?
Tywin.
Why?
Because of his meaning for Jaime, Cersei, and Tyrion.
What do you mean his meaning?
Because all of them see Tywin a little bit differently. And what happens to him kind of influences things. So you can see characters who are going to try to act like Tywin, but then they miss the mark. And I think by humanizing him, you can see what that mark is, and you can see how they try to do it, but not well. I'm hoping that's what they do in the show. That would be what I would say. Also, humanize him to give more drama with the Tyrion trial. That would be why. Peter Baelish is always off screen. He's always off page until the very end. So that would be my argument.
Okay.
But I could go either way, though. I mean, this is a tough question.
I know. So there's a scene in It's the next episode, the scene with Ramsey, right? Okay.
I'm cool to jump there if you want.
Yeah, we can use this to jump off. I would rather they work to show this other side of Peter Baelish. One, because they clearly haven't been establishing him as some sort of charmer. But two, because it serves multiple purposes. Whereas humanizing Tywin at that point in the series just feels way out of place now. They didn't use any of it to kind of push forward the dramatic irony of Arya getting close to this guy, potentially being able to kill him, and then he ends up killing all of his family. Like, that's never commented on, pushed, or referenced. They don't do anything with the fact that he was befriending a Stark and then in cold blood killed them. And by this point in the show, he does not feel like the person who Arya met in season 2. And I don't think that I don't think that all villains need to be 100% villain, but I also feel like a person who's done this much harm, we did not need to see if there was any sort of good side to him, because there isn't any good side to him. It's all very, very selfish, minus letting Tyrion live. I don't need to try and, they didn't add any emotional complexity because they haven't really commented on any of that stuff from season 2. So I would rather not humanize Tywin Lannister. I like him. I like hating him. I don't need these moments of sweet surrender with Arya. I don't think it's necessary. That's my reasoning.
The one thing that I can tell you from your perspective, to give you more ammunition for your argument, is that Arya is not going to be a position to rule at all. She will not be in that position. Her character trajectory is not going there. And yet Tywin was giving her a lot of advice about this is how you should rule, or blah, 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 Oh, my lord versus my lord, which does happen in the books. It's just through different characters. Whereas Sansa will be, she is getting trained up on this stuff, where she might eventually have, especially from what I read in Feast, she might actually be in a position to use some of this training that she's being bestowed on, versus Arya. She will never, ever do that. So, yeah, that's that's more argument for you.
Let's move on to Mountain and the Viper.
Yes.
The first thing I thought was the episode visually looked great. And that I felt that way all the way through the episode. I think the episode looked really good. It opens really weird. So the filmmaker side of me, for some reason they decided to open the episode with this really long take where it leads you through the Mole Town brothel, and you're introduced to this character who is good at belching different songs, and then she's mean to Gilly.
Yeah,
and then they hear a noise. And the thing about it was I don't understand why they chose to do that as one long take.
Was it a single take?
Because it was a single take, I believe. Ooh. Yeah. Now there's a part where I was looking down to write some notes that I might have missed, but I don't understand why they chose to do that part as a single take, and then kind of just abandon it for the rest of the sequence as soon as they cut when they poke their heads outside.
Wait, what's the name of a single take? It's a running shot or something? What's
a tracking shot?
Tracking shot, yeah.
It's an impressive tracking shot. It's very well choreographed.
The entire 1927 movie, or 1918?
1917.
1917.
Yeah, and Birdman.
Couple of digits off.
But yeah, I thought it was weird. But then, let's see. they do a really good job of reintroducing Ygritte and and then they have
Giantsbane.
Yeah, like I thought that was awesome. Although I also am questioning, like, she kills like everyone, and then she sees Gilly with the baby, and that's where she draws the line. And I was like, why didn't you draw the line at the other person who was completely innocent and not doing anything wrong?
That was a good line to draw.
Like, no, I mean, like, yeah, you draw the line at Gilly, but like, you could have killed one less person, and you still would have been fine. I thought that was kind of odd. It's like obviously they didn't kill Gilly because she's like, for plot reasons, she's got plot armor on.
She does,
but I thought that was like a weird line to.
But they killed Caitlyn and Rob.
I know, but the showrunners need her to live.
Well, they also want to leave the baby to live. Like, it shows that Ygritte isn't completely heartless.
Right.
Yeah, because if you kill the mother, then the baby's just going to be dead. So, it's... Yeah. No, I thought that was in
so she
character.
draws the line at the baby.
Yeah.
I mean, or she could just take the baby and raise it on her own. But yeah, I get it. I just thought it was like a weird, like... Anyway. Any notes about Moletown?
Nope.
So then I like the discussion with John and his friends and how they're like, I just like that whole sequence. And it's really bad because I don't remember exactly what they're talking about. I know they're like, Sam fears Gilly, and they go about finding a way to reassure Sam that Gilly's going to be okay. But they also had like a secondary conversation going on, I thought.
I do remember that. Like, oh, Gilly was able to survive Craster. She can survive anything. She'll be fine. Maybe.
Yeah, she survived an other. She'll be okay.
She'll be okay.
So, where do you? So that's anything about that?
I don't really have many notes for this episode.
Okay, that's fine.
I was going to go back and start jotting them down, but I forgot to.
No, it's fine. I'm next going to go to Marine. Because I
Helen
think
Mirren. Helen
What?
Marine.
No, Helen Marine. So, do you remember how this part opens? I'll give you a hint. The Unsullied are taking a bath.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah. And so, okay. Have you heard the term male gaze?
They take the pillar and the stones. Actually, they do take the pillar and the stones of the Unsullied.
No. Have you heard the term male gaze?
Male gaze. I have not.
So, male gaze is this idea in feminist cinema and in cinema in general, where the camera assumes the position of, in this, generally speaking, like when it looks at women, it kind of assumes the position of like a male looking at a woman and objectifying it in an objectifying way. So like when you look at like what happened to Miss Andy,
Okay.
that is a textbook definition of male gaze. It's got sort of like a bit of the creepy factor. It's shot in a way that's glamorizing the body and making it look sexy, but that's about it. It's basically turning her, instead of like as a person, it basically just turns her into an object to be admired and viewed. And this comes down to a lot of different things. The way that they frame the shot, the way that the shot slowly pans up to reveal her whole body, the way that the lighting is used to emphasize certain parts of her. And I hated it. Like, I understood what they were going for, but it still just made me really uncomfortable because it's just a way to objectify whatever. And some people talk about like, well, the female gaze is when you do that to a man. And no, it's still a male gaze because it's a type of way that a shot is done. For us, it works as shorthand to show that this guy is interested in her. I just don't, and again, I know that the show is known for like, oh, the nudity and all of this. It's just, as that was happening, I was not happy. I was like, oh, God, this is so bad. There has to be a different way to show this.
And then later, wasn't she also like feeling really uncomfortable?
Yeah, she even addresses like she was feeling uncomfortable, and
so maybe they got that.
But she was still glad that he looked. They didn't, because she was still glad that, because again, it's not taking the perspective of her, it's taking the perspective of him. So even if she says like, I don't want it, I didn't want it, she then at the end said, I'm glad you looked, and he's like, I'm glad I looked too. And so it's like, it's basically an admission of like, it was okay to do that without her permission. So it's a minor nitpicky thing. They have to get across that he's like falling for her. There are worse ways, I was going to say there are worse ways to get it done. That's actually just a pretty standard way of doing it, but it's still not like this
is what I like, is that these are things that I never would have noticed. Like very film theoretical point of view, where you notice that and then you talk about the way it was shot and this, and that's very interesting. I never would have thought of that, like, ever. And just interesting how it kind of made you a little uncomfortable. I would say probably about 99 people out of 100 would feel very differently than you as the film major. I wonder if you could talk to some of your other film buddies and see what they thought of it, if they kind of felt the same as you, or if they are like 99 out of 100.
No, I know a couple of people who don't feel like the male gaze is a thing, or that it's been played out too much. But I don't know. It's a little peep showy to me. So,
well, that's what the show's known for, or one of the things it's known for. It's adults, right?
The other major thing that happens is Barristan receives a letter with the hand of the king's seal on it. He confronts Jorah about the fact that Jorah had been spying on her, and is like, give me a chance. Like, I think one of the best moments is like, it really talks about Barristan's character, where he's like, I thought I should tell you first. I was like, oh wow, that's like a very honorable thing. And it's like, at least give me a chance to explain it to the Khaleesi. And he's like, you're never going to be alone with her again. And I was like, nice.
That was good, Barristan Selmy.
That was good. And then they summon Jorah, and he explains, like, I initially did it, but I've been by your side the whole time. The Inside the Episode actually does a good job on this, where they're like, Jorah knows that he should have just told her earlier. He could have told her earlier. And I think their relationship is different in the show than it is in the book.
Yes,
because I feel like he loves her in a sort of like protective, maybe like fatherly way, or like a friendly way. I don't feel like he's necessarily like in love with her. But he's very protective of her. And so like he also knows that like it gets to the point where it's like, you have this thing that you should tell them, but so much time passes and you're just like, I know it's going to come out. But you hope it never does. As bad. And then it does.
And you hope it's not as bad as it, maybe you hope it's not as bad now than it was before, or like as more time passes and you find out, it's like, but who cares? It just happened, like, it was only one time kind of thing.
I'm still loyal to you.
It happened 20 years ago, just one time.
It happened 2 years ago. But yeah, like, and then she's like, did they know about my son? And that was that was something else that the Inside the Episode did a good job of like recontextualizing, because they're like, like she murdered her brother for threatening her son. Like, Jorah's lucky that he got out of there with his head intact.
Yes.
So I really liked that scene. I like a lot of the blocking. He steps up the stairs. Her two guards close in on her to protect her and stuff. Mm-hmm. Her reaction also is like,
she wasn't even looking at him.
Yeah. So I know it's different in the book. So how does he get exiled in the book? What happens?
Pretty much the same thing, but he basically was. I remember reading it and then I just went, there it is, where he's like, but I love you, and I was like, yep, there it is. and then he's exiled. And that's the end of Storm. He's exiled in Storm.
And then they reveal Barristan, or is Barristan revealed before then?
He's revealed before then.
Okay.
Yeah, he's revealed before then. They take Marine. Then Jorah's banished. Then you get all the stuff with Marine.
Okay.
Yeah. So, very different ordering. So, I wouldn't consider this to be a hard diversion. Not like what's coming up. What's coming up is going to be a huge diversion. Or whenever we get to it, it's going to be a hard diversion. You probably know what I'm talking about.
I don't, but...
Oh, okay. Interesting. It'll surprise you then.
Yeah, I don't really know.
Yeah.
Is it in Daenerys' storyline?
It is not.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it was pretty rough for Jorah. So the twice exiled knight. So I remember you were telling me earlier on this podcast, you're like, yeah, I love Jorah. He's awesome. Blah, blah, blah. Like, he's so cool. And you're like, oh, God, I hope nothing bad happens to him. What do you think?
So I do know that in Dance, like, I remember that there's definitely moments where he's, like, completely humiliated. Mm-hmm. That's the one thing I remember reading. And I was like, oh, no, Jorah Mormont, what's going on with you? Why are you hanging your head so low? That's the one. So I remember, like, hearing tidbits of that as I was, like, coming in and out of sleep. To it, because on car rides I fall asleep, but
you do. It's true. You did as you were. You did when we were kids, and you still do.
I did write in my notes, bye unproblematic favorite Jorah Mormont as he rides off into the sunset. Very sad.
That was a great shot too, with Marine behind him. That was a great scene. That was a Star Wars scene where Luke is looking out at the suns. It was totally that. The colors and everything just reminded the desert setting. It was like, oh yeah, that's it. I meant to say, on our car trips, because we were brothers. No, I meant because we are brothers. No exposure dialogue.
No exposure dialogue.
No exposition. Dialogue.
I should point out, like, the colors anytime they're in Marine are always really good and vibrant. I think the only reason Jorah wears that blue, like, neckerchief that he wears is just so, like, that there's going to be a pop of color anytime one of the characters is in the scene.
No, neckerchief.
Where do you want to go next?
Let's do the hard diversion in the Vale.
Okay. Let's talk about it.
Yeah. So the hard diversion is that, and this is interesting. So, Sansa takes charge, and she reveals who she is. And inside the episode, I bet that this was like a D.B. Weiss thing, not a Benioff one, but a D.B. Weiss one, where he basically says, and in that moment, Middlefinger is not in control. He has no idea what's going to happen. He doesn't know how he's going to play this. No idea whatsoever. And, Sansa reveals that she's Sansa Stark. And then by telling that truth and revealing that and showing the truth of that, which, for the life of me, I don't know how she can prove that she's Sansa Stark. But she says that she is, and they believe her. But then because they believe her saying that, they also believe that Lysa did the suicide. So I kind of want to go back and rewatch to see, like, how did they, like, believe her? They could just say, like, no, you're not Sansa. Sansa's back at King's Landing. They found her. You know what I mean? Like, it could have been something like that. But they end up believing her. For whatever reason, they do. Hard diversion. In the books, it's Middlefinger doing the Richard Gere in Chicago, making all of them dance. Making them dance. Oh yeah, making them dance. Quick, let's do a cut to the feet, which aren't Richard Gere's. Hey, quick, cut to his upper body to make him look like he's actually dancing. But yeah, Middlefinger's the one who's making them all dance, do this, do that, and then he says, like, oh yeah, and then somebody's gonna betray somebody, they don't trust him, and they bring it out that they don't trust him, and then later Sansa's like, yeah, you paid that guy off, huh, to make it seem like they don't trust you, and he's just like, very good. Yes, that's right. And then he goes into the psychology and you always want to be a player and not a piece in the Game of Thrones. And just the way he talks about just like a game is really, really fascinating. So, versus the show, whereas I'm Sansa Stark and there it is. And then later, though, they have a good conversation where he's just like, oh, you did this because you know me and you know what would happen if you did this. But you wouldn't know what would happen if you told the truth,
if you went with the other people.
Right. And she basically acknowledges it. So they're sort of on kind of an even playing field there. So that's a choice. It's a hard diversion because now they know that she's Sansa. And I don't know what that's going to happen. The last thing I read in Feast is that they were all leaving the Eyrie because it's going to start snowing and winter's coming and it's just going to be, you can't get up there and you can't get up there and you can't get down from there. So they all have to leave.
But it's already snowing.
But everybody thinks she's Elaine, including Robin.
Do you like this hard diversion?
I don't know where it's going to go.
I bet I should have known you were going to say that. I don't like it, even though it fixes the one problem that we've had with a lot of the Sansa stuff.
Right.
That she doesn't have agency. I still don't like it.
But you didn't know that it was a diversion when you watched it.
No, I didn't. But I hated the whole thing. Like I hate this whole idea of what's going on right now. It's not because Sansa has agency. I hate that Peter Baelish acted irrationally at a time when he would not normally act irrationally. Like, I guess the only thing that made this moment different than before, like when they were just married and he killed her, is like she assaulted Sansa, and so he like went crazy. But he didn't really go that crazy because he still looked really in control of himself when he pushed Liza. Yeah. When he like tapped Liza out of frame.
Just watch it again. Watch the way he pushes her again. Just like, does that really look like he was trying to kill her?
It's just, I like, it's just this whole plot line, and like he goes in front of a tribunal and he doesn't really have a good defense of what he's going to do, and he hasn't, checked with Sansa to make sure that he's manipulated her yet, and it just feels very un-Peter Baelish-y, and so I hated it. And another interesting thing that they choose to do, so one way you can talk about perspective and give power is where you place the camera when talking to someone. So in this case, the scene where Peter Baelish and Sansa are talking again, they do this really weird thing where they give Peter Baelish these really strong close-ups, and they give Sansa Stark these really normal medium shots where you're seeing basically from her knees up. And part of it is to like probably distant, like it has the psychological effect of like reinforcing the idea that Sansa is taking control and she's outmaneuvered Peter Baelish. And so you're kind of supposed to feel sorry for him. And that scene is told from his point of view. She's revealing information to us and him at the same time. So it's shot from his point of view. And I hate it. So I just
thought
didn't
that
understand
he liked
why...
the chaos. I thought he'd like the chaos, and yet
like
he's out of control.
Well,
he
it's
doesn't
more
have
just
control.
like it's more just like the director reinforcing that like the point of view that's important is this dude's point of view. This like real when it should be Sansa learning these things and executing them properly. That's why I didn't like it. Now, there's no way to get around it because of the way that the script was written. The script was written to emphasize Peter Baelish not being intelligent.
This whole thing is actually... So another thing about Peter Baelish is that I was looking at the writing notes for this, and it was based on Elaine chapters 1 and 2, which is Sansa. And Peter he's in the page, but always towards the end. And he's always at a desk, like, writing. So that's kind of how I picture him. He's just, like, up super late at night with the candle going, just making plans and making arrangements and things like that. And just, kind of like a desk jockey executive kind of person, but only at night. And during the day, he's at meetings and doing this and living and, scheming and setting things up. And then at night, just kind of putting all those affairs in order. And he kind of pauses and looks up at Sansa, and they have their dialogue, and he goes back to his arrangements. That's kind of how I've always felt it was like. And that's why I think that you could get away with like a super high-powered actor for Middlefinger and only have him in those critical scenes. But, they're writing him differently. And it's different.
They're writing him stupid.
I don't think he's stupid, but...
No, I think he's stupid.
I think it's different. Time will tell.
I mean, he is different, but also stupid. The only other thing, and I forgot all about this, Sandor and Arya arrive at the Bloody Gate, only to be informed that Lysa died. Arya begins laughing, and I was left baffled. So.
Yeah.
And then the best part that had me like, what? The Peter Baelish is like, Robin, it's time for you to learn how to be a swordsman so you can be the new king and you can rule and all this other great stuff. And then they reveal Sansa, and she's like wearing like a dark witch outfit. And yes. I was just like, this is super corny. What are they going for here?
The funeral. It was for Lysa's funeral, but yeah, she came down and Peter Baelish looks up and just like, oh, stunned silence. Wow.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Another one of those scenes where it's like it's a close up of Peter Baelish and a medium shot of Sansa, and it's like male gazy, but also like you're not in Sansa's perspective. You're in Peter Baelish's. And guess what? I'd rather know what Sansa's thinking than dumb Peter Baelish. Anyway.
In the books, it is the other way around. You're in Sansa's perspective, and you're like, "What is Peter Baelish doing?"
Mm-hmm.
And he does something absolutely insane in Feast for Crows, like where I was just like, "Oh my gosh!" So,
okay, well, we can't go into it because it might happen later on in the show.
Right, I think it will.
Where would you like to go next? So we've got.
Where else do we have? We've got King's Landing, right?
And we've got Moat Cailin.
Oh, the Reek stuff. It was basically exactly the same in the book. In Dance.
Okay, so I actually liked the Reek scene where he goes in, and it's funny because like the Ironborn, like they set it up back in season 2 that like they'll betray their leader if their leader's being stupid. And so like I appreciated that came back again. And then of course Ramsay kills them all. I did like
them. Ugh.
Or he flays them, yeah. Ugh.
Ugh.
I liked the scene. They even remembered to get rid of his pinky of Reek's
That's
pinky.
right. They have the glove on.
I also like that like he almost broke character, and like how Ramsay was reinforcing that he broke character.
Reek rhymes with freak. Freak.
My name's Reek. It rhymes with freak. So that's funny that he almost said like, "Who are you?
Me.
Who are you really?" And he was about to say Reek. He's like, and he didn't.
That's right.
Good Reek.
Yeah. Good. Yeah.
So here's one of those directing choices though. So like that scene I liked. Did you want to talk about that at all?
No. I'm good.
After that, I don't know if this happens in the book, but Roose Bolton decides to bring Ramsay Bolton on a hill, and he's like, "This is the North. It's like a third of all of the kingdom. It's clearly the largest kingdom.
Except for maybe
you can
Dorne.
Inherit it. Except for maybe what?
Maybe Dorne. I think it's bigger than Dorne, but it's like Alaska.
Wouldn't you want to own Alaska? When you want to own the North, you could see Essos from here." So he
Wait, was that improv? Was that improv, or had he been sitting on that one for a while?
No, that was improvised.
Wow. Well done.
So he takes Ramsay up there, and he makes Ramsay Snow officially a Bolton.
Mm-hmm.
And then Ramsay comes down and he's like, hey, Reek, let's have a bath. Hint, hint. Bad things are going to happen to you now. I'm glad they had that in there, but I don't like the way they did it. Now, did that happen in the book?
No, not the bath.
No, not the bath, but Ramsay going from Ramsay Snow to Ramsay Bolton.
Off page.
Okay.
So you don't see the ceremony. You don't see his eyes start to sparkle. It just kind of happens.
Did you like the scene?
For the character that they've introduced, yeah, it was okay. It's just I have no issue with it. I don't know though. If Ramsay likes that. That's my only thing. I think he's kind of like, yeah, cool. All right, I'm a Bolton. It's kind of more of how I think his personality would be, instead of like, wow, what a great honor bestowed on me. But
the show version is like he's always wanted to be recognized.
In the show, he has, yes. Yeah. That's my understanding too. The book version's just different. He's just, but not much. I think in the book he's more like, yeah, cool, I'll do it. And Roose is like, oh, my bastard's gonna go down there and get Winterfell, and he did.
And then get Moat Cailin, and
yeah. So he's certainly delivered. He's certainly delivered. But he's a messed up, foul person. And so even becoming a Bolton can't change that.
Right. I don't like it. I think if they could still have it in there, the fact that it's not in the book kind of annoys me. That they put it in the show, but they could keep it in the show, and they would have to redo it, because the problem with the way they do it in the show is that they frame it like it's a very important moment, and it is for Ramsay. So if it's a very important moment, who is it an important moment for? Okay, it's an important moment for Ramsay. And then you have this cinematography that reinforces that this is a good thing that's happening. You have music that reinforces it's a good thing that's happening. The language that they're using, the point of view that it's from. All of this is like being knighted. This is like Gawain being knighted, or Galahad being knighted by the king. This is a great honor.
A good guy being knighted.
The problem is, a good guy getting something good done for them.
Yes.
The problem is he's not a good guy.
Exactly.
So this undermines it. Now you can tweak a couple of things and still get the same effect. One, you have him drag Reek with him, and then we see everything from Reek's point of view. Then you can cut back to Reek's face as he's seeing what's going on, and it's bad. Everything would basically just have to be done from Theon's point of view. Two, you could have it shot so that the mount, like, you don't have them have the language, and like the Winterfell is, the largest of the 7 kingdoms or whatever, and you're officially a Bolton. But you have it from Reek, and you have like Roose and Ramsay like in profile as the sun. That's the other thing. Like, the sun is setting, so it's like the most beautiful shot you can get.
For like the worst person.
Yeah, like it's just completely undeserved for this character, and it's just a terrible choice. So if you keep it far away and you keep it from Theon's point of view, you can see Theon, like, you cut to him and he's like looking kind of worried, and then you see something, and then you see like Roose and Ramsay embrace because he's so happy, and then like you have music that's like, you could have the same music, but you put it in a slightly different key so that instead of it being inspiring, it's unsettling and off-putting. And if you just did that, it would make it better. But these are the kinds of choices that are bad. Like, what they actually did in the episode is bad because it makes it seem like it's good. And then inside the episode, they kind of justify it where they're like, yeah, and it's like this great moment for this character. However, it's not a character that we should like. So we don't need to see good moments for characters we don't like. Or if you do want to show it, you have to show it with an edge where it's like, this is a bad thing happening. And then they're like, oh yeah, but then he goes down to Reek and you're like, oh yeah, this person's terrible. It's like, no one's forgetting that this person's terrible. Don't honor him with a great scene. You know, like, I don't like it. I thought it was really bad. So I hope I justified it well enough to explain why I think it's using cinematic language. They did they had a big faux pas here.
Well, I like it how you don't just look. You're not just like crudding on the whole show. Like, you've got good reasons behind why you feel the way you do about certain things, and you know, it's very interesting, especially from like the cinema point of view. Like, they have the music and the setting and this and then when I just told you, like, yeah, it just happens kind of off page. Like, Toman just signs it and then it just happens. Like, it's not a big ceremony. It's just, you know, and honestly, Roose isn't happy about it. He doesn't like Ramsay. Not like very much. We'll probably see that later in the show.
I feel like that's a change in the show where he's impressed by Ramsay.
You can be impressed, but not like them.
Yeah, that's very true.
He's just like, he's probably like that. He's probably just saying, like, man, I really don't like this for reasons that maybe they may or may not go into in the show. But yeah, they just don't like him, and he really doesn't like him, but there's nothing he can really do. And he's older, and he's not going to he may have another son, but he might not. And
well, now that you know, I'm sure Ramsay's the kind of person who would find a way to undermine him being able to have children. So, or if he even has children, to even undermine that. Although now that he's legitimized, now it's basically he's gonna get anything.
Yeah,
it's right.
Yeah, pretty much. So,
anything else to say about Moat Kalen?
Nope. But Reek delivered. Reek. Rhymes with meek.
Rhymes with meek. Reek did deliver. They could have made his hair white. It would have been fine.
Yeah, it would have. They could have made his skin gray. It would have been fine too.
That might have been harder, but making his hair white's not that hard. Although over the whole season his hair would get destroyed, so
yeah.
Maybe not. Or over the whole series. All right, let's talk about King's Landing.
Woo! Let's do it. We just talked to Gabe, a.k.a. Habe, and he did say he loved it. Just Oberyn walking in, all swag, no armor, just drinking, and I always drink before a fight.
But before we talk about that, can I put a splash of cold water on us?
Okay.
That scene between Jaime and Tyrion in the cell where they're talking about their simple.
Oh,
as they
the
say.
Bugs. Scourge.
Does that
the conversation that goes
in
nowhere?
the books?
No. No, my wife asked me the same thing, and I was like, no.
So it's not the worst dialogue that I've ever heard, but again, directing choices really, really, really uncomfortable when I was watching that. And they were talking, especially when Tyrion, they were talking, Jaime was okay when he was scrunch, and then they cut to Tyrion, and I don't know why Peter Dinklage decided to do what he did in that scene, but it was incredibly insulting. And I really didn't like that. It was a really good Tyrion and Jaime scene. The overall concept of it was really good, but when Peter Baelish is mimicking someone who has special needs, I just was that's. I know it's a weird place to draw the line.
Man, you're taking it hard, yeah. And not the first thing you've taken hard from these episodes.
Yeah, I really hated that, and I'd be interested to see if that's written in the script, mimics, a person was, and I just was not comfortable with that. I did not like it. I did not think it was funny. I found it very insulting, and I really wish they had taken that out of the episode or used a different take. But yeah, overall, it was an interesting scene because it was one of those, like, the conversation you have right before you're going to decide something and you're not really sure what to talk about. So you say, like, you rethink of, like, it was very Saving Private Ryan-y, where they're talking about, like a bunch of random things that don't really have any meaning, but do. Like, overtly, they don't have any meaning, but psychologically, under the surface, they do. So I didn't hate it. I didn't hate the dialogue, but I hated how.
Now
they
remember,
reduced it.
he's acting. He's not. I'm sure it's not something he like believes in, and he's just acting.
You don't do the impression. You just don't.
Acting,
that's bad. The impression is just bad.
This was also in the year
2014.
Yeah.
It's bad. I'm sorry. I know this.
Okay.
I know it's
it's
a
okay.
splash of cold water.
It's all
but
right.
Anyway. But yeah,
you feel what you feel, and
then
you're expressing, and that there's nothing wrong with that. Especially when you have a legit gripe, like I told you, you usually do. You're not just saying I don't like it because you don't like it. Like you have legitimate gripes about it. So that's.
I try to, and if I don't, I hopefully am upfront about saying like it's irrational.
So if you watch this show again, you're just gonna like fast forward that part, or just like watch and just go like, oh god.
I'd probably watch and just groan until that section passes. Because it's not that long, but it's not that long, but it's and then they bring it back in the inside the episode. They play that same part over, and I'm like, what are you guys? You guys are terrible bigots. But no, I'm just kidding. I don't think that, but they definitely have some blinders on. But yeah, Prince Toblerone comes out, no armor, starts drinking, and Tyrion thinks he knows better, and he's all Lannister splaining to him about like, don't you think it would be better not to be drunk in combat? He's like, oh, I'm sorry, buddy. When was the last time you were in the pit fighting? Like, all right.
That was awesome.
Yeah, I liked that.
And then of course you had not Pedro Pascal like jump and leap and do like a flip and a butterfly kick and spin that spear around, and then you all of a sudden you see Pedro Pascal, ha! And then Pedro Pascal did like a bunch more stunts, and then it's me the whole time.
This wasn't edited to make it look like to make sure that my stunt double was doing that.
Yeah, that stunt double looked a lot live, like way more live than Pedro Pascal did.
My thing is like, as I'm watching him do all of this stuff, if I'm the Mountain, what's stopping me from just shoving my sword in his back at that moment?
Oh, because it hasn't started yet. They still have rules. Even
the Mountain obeys the rules. Even the Juggernaut does. Okay, all right. That was my thing. That was like my big, like, he's doing all of these flashy, fancy moves. Why don't I just, like, Indiana Jones him right now? You know?
Well, actually, he does kind of Indiana Jones him, because he just has to get one strike. Auburn. Yeah. Toblerone just has to get one strike on him. They didn't do a good job of setting it up, but he is the master of poisons. And in the book, he tells his page and squire, don't touch the blade. Like, just don't touch it. And immediately I was
are you kidding me?
They
don't set it up at all. They don't set it up at all. They could have easily set it up in the show. It's so dumb.
No, they probably wanted it to be a mystery. So later on, they're like, what's wrong with Gregor Clegane?
Aside from the fact that he got a spear embedded in his stomach.
Yeah, he can come back from that. It's okay. It's a flesh wound. I mean, look at what Beric Dondarrion came back from.
So dumb, dude. No, it's so dumb.
I think they should have had that line in there. Yeah,
they should have. They definitely should. Well, one, I don't know if it was you who said it, or if it was Gabe who said it, or if it was my podcast partner Gabe. But they're like, they really didn't set up the fact. They really didn't set up him as the Red Viper very well.
It probably was me.
It was probably it was you yesterday then. Because
when we're talking about it, yeah.
Yeah, because, like, he's the master of poisons. They kind of mentioned it offhand in an episode. Or they're like, episode 3, it's like, oh, but he's a master of poisons. Why not him? And he's like, oh, if it were me, you would never detect it. It's like, okay, well, like, Yeah, just having that like, oh, don't touch the blade because it's probably poison. All of a sudden, it's like, oh my god, I love Oberon's chances, which I guess, or I don't love them, but I'm like, oh, that would be interesting.
He's got the reach, but well, maybe he doesn't. I mean, he's going up against like, Charles Barkley and Shaquille O'Neal combined.
He's going up against Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Yeah, but a super meteor version of him.
Yeah. Who has even more reach because it's a great sword in one hand.
Right? It's crazy. I mean, those things weigh, what, like 80 pounds or something? I mean, they weigh a lot.
I don't know. It's so you don't play Dark Souls, but in Dark Souls, if you put enough points into strength, you can wield two-handed weapons with one hand. And so that's what I was thinking of the entire time. I was like, he has high dexterity and he's got high strength. Now all we need to see him do is dodge roll, but he of course didn't. Did you like the fight?
2 notes about it. Note 1, in the book, the crowd is getting closer and closer, and Gregor Clegane, there's a little boy in the way, and he chops off the arm, and then in anger, he just cleaves him in half. It's bad. I was like, just to show his animosity, his rage. So
they did that in the other episode when he was randomly killing people.
Right. That was actually supposed to be in this episode.
That was naturally.
So that was my first
was that
note.
before the fight began, or was that during the fight? The crowd.
Yeah, during the fight, the crowd kind of went in. I'm okay with that not being in the show.
I've got mixed feelings, but I think overall it's probably better that it wasn't. Yeah, I agree with you. I'll tell you why when we get to it.
Sure. The other note before we should discuss the ultimate ending is that the fight scene was, they take a page out of the Bourne Identities, and it was hard to kind of follow the action at times, and that was, I'm sure the director's like, yeah, but see, in a real fight you can't follow the action. You're all like, jumbled. But in the book, this is from Tyrion's perspective. So he's stepping back and watching this fight happen. So you can do it that way instead of being in the perspective of Toblerone.
Yeah.
But I thought a lot of the angles that they used, especially when the mountain fell and they showed Toblerone walk up from the worm's eye view, I thought that was really cool. Just a lot of really cool shots.
So here's the funny thing. Like, I know the problem with this fight. It's just edited very badly. That's it. Because they had a lot of great... Like, I could tell everything that was going on, but whenever he would do, like, his spin move, they would show him do his spin move from a wide shot and then cut in on the same spin move in a tighter angle and then cut back to the wide shot of him completing it. And I was just like... why are you doing this? And it extended to the fight where they would cut off like certain hits. And I don't know if it was a problem of just getting coverage. Something that I don't really talk about, and I should, is like, so the way that they normally shoot fights in movies is like you have your first unit, which is the unit that does like most of the acting stuff. So like, characters talking to each other is usually handled by first unit. Second unit, they usually do things like inserts, smaller pickup shots of like, oh, this person needs to walk through the door. Let's get the second unit out there and he'll do that. And then a lot of it is fight scenes. So a lot of second unit directors are like action choreographers. That's usually fine, but I'm wondering, because like I think about this with Marvel movies, and this is probably something I should talk about on Under the Wheels, but Marvel movies, the fight scenes are either like these really elaborate, really well done special effects shots, or these really like cut together fight scenes where it's just like overly edited and like hits are missing and like, you can't really tell what's going on because things are happening too fast. And I'm wondering if the second unit just isn't getting enough coverage, or when they're shooting it, they're not getting enough lead in time for the shot. So like generally if you're shooting things that connect, you want to have like, if I was going to shoot a dialogue scene with you and we're walking from one room to another, I would have us complete all of our dialogue up to the door and maybe like 5 or 6 paces past it. And then when doing the reverse shot where we go through the door and continue on the corner, I would have us start farther back and I would have overlapping dialogue. So then I have more leeway when cutting in. I wonder if they're just not doing that with second unit, and the second unit thinks that they're getting shots that should connect, and then when they go back to edit it, they're noticing that, oh no, we're missing this information here. I know that was a very long Shaggy Dog story.
No,
I wonder if that was
cool.
a problem. I'm wondering if that was a problem with this fight scene, because it seems like every single fight. I remember, I'm not going to throw them under the bus, but I was talking to someone and they were like, oh yeah, the Mountain and the Viper fight scene was awesome. I remember it was great. And I was like, dude, you need to watch it again. Because it is edited very badly. Like, I think his spear breaks like twice. It's just like...
That was very confusing to me too.
So his spear breaks, and then he gets another spear, and that's fine. But like how it breaks is like really weird.
Yeah, but does he get another? I mean, it's like...
He does get another spear, yeah. His page throws him another spear. It feels weird that he gets one. Like, that doesn't seem right.
The poison that he uses is, like, really... Yeah. Well, my wife did say that, oh, there's pages. You can have a page in there to give you another weapon in these kind of fights. I was like, okay. Yeah, who's going to give, the mountain that rides, who's going to give the Juggernaut another greatsword? Like,
I think you would just hold the great
little page, just
he would hold like the great sword in the sheath, and the Juggernauts would come and grab the sword and push the page off to the side. It's funny because the fight was so one-sided that you knew something bad was going to happen.
Oh, really?
I don't know if you felt like that, but like as
I was reading.
No, I'm sure just because like I had this. Okay. Someone I knew, I was telling him like, yeah, I'm excited. I finally get to see Pedro Pascal. And the person was like, oh yeah. Yeah. And I was like, oh no, I guess he dies. And then I looked and it showed that like he was only in season 4. And so when the Mountain and the Viper came up, I was like, he's fighting the Mountain. He's probably going to die there because the Mountain kills everyone because it's the Mountain. So I kind of felt like he might die. But I felt like it was a very tense fight the entire time because the use of, like, they would cut back to Ilaria and they would cut to Tyrion and the music as well. All kept the tension razor sharp and super tight. That I was afraid, as the episode went, I was afraid to see what happened. Every single frame that ticked forward made me nervous.
I know.
So,
I know.
Even though I was
nervous when I read it too. It's just like, oh my gosh, Tyrion's gonna get out of this. Yes, Toblerone's gonna get his revenge. Oh my gosh, that'd be so good.
He got so close because he. Okay, here's the thing. Like, this is why I'm glad the crowd didn't encroach on him. So he's fighting him. He nicks his tendon, or Toblerone gets the Mountain's leg, and then he shoves his spear through his sternum. And all he has to do is like let the Mountain fall over, stay back, and he's won the fight.
Yes, that's right. It's tragic.
This is what makes it great. So if you have the crowd encroaching in, it would have forced him to get closer and closer to the Mountain. And what ends up happening is the Mountain grabs his leg, pulls him down, punches him once, and like he loses like all of his teeth with that one punch, which I was just like, oh my god. The Mountain then grabs him, flips him over, and explodes his head while admitting that he did kill all of those people. And that was disgusting, and very well done. Disgusting, very well done. They have the wide shot where it's just like, the plastic fake face of poor dead Toblerone. Very depressing. But what they do by not having the crowd encroach, it then automatically makes it Toblerone's decision, his own cockiness, his own pride, and it's all his own machinations that cause his ultimate downfall. Because all he had to do, because the Hound's sword or the Mountain's sword wasn't anywhere near him. Technically, Toblerone probably could have grabbed the great sword, walked over just to be out of range of his hands, tried to pull it up, and then boom, cut off his head. But he was so obsessed, I guess would be the word. He was so
with the
obsessed
revenge,
with getting the revenge, but also getting the Mountain to admit that Tywin pulled the trigger on what the Mountain did. And if he didn't get characters making choices is what we say. Characters making choices that cause their downfall. So I thought that was horrible, horrific, great, and makes me so excited to watch the next 2 episodes.
It was, I mean, when he died, it was just like, as soon as, when it happens, you look at Ilaria, and what does it for me is her scream. That's what does it for me. The actress, when she looks and then she screams, because it's this beautiful person. Toblerone he's a very good looking person, and he has lots of daughters, and he didn't have a very beautiful death. Like, stabbed through the heart, just dead, or even the head cut off. Like, it's bad getting the head cut off, but it's a quick death, or a hanging, or some honorable death like that. No, he dies in probably the worst thing possible, to where you can't even take his skull. Like, you can't even give a likeness of him. You can't even put him in a casket to look at him as he's on his deathbed. His face is just, his skull is just completely destroyed. It's so bad. I'm trying to look up the scene. Here it is. So the whole fight takes place over a couple of pages, and say the name. Prince Oberyn moved closer. Say the name. Clegane's hand shot up and grabbed the Dornishman behind the knee. The red viper brought down the greatsword in a wild slash, but he was off balance. So he does do what you said he does. He grabs the greatsword and is about to kill him, but he was off balance, and the edge did no more than put another dent in the mountain's vambrace. Then the sword was forgotten as Gregor's hand tightened and twisted, yanking the Dornishman down on top of him. And when I read that, I was like, oh god, no.
It's over.
And then basically they wrestled back and forth, and then he slammed his fist into the Dornishman's mouth, making splinters of his teeth. And then there was a sickening crunch. Ilaria's sand wailed in terror, and Tyrion's breakfast came boiling back up. So that was the description in the book. I thought that they did a fitting job in the show for it. It's pretty gruesome. And
they killed it.
If it were me, I think they would have had the punch straight to the face and just have him staggered back without his teeth. Just like a moment to just get that shot in of like, oh my god. And then the end. They nailed it.
I think they really wanted the... Yeah, I don't know. You could go in a couple of different ways. I think being as graphic as it was served a purpose, though. Like that's the thing, is like with a lot of these criticisms that we have, that especially I have, especially when it comes to like the nudity and stuff like that, and some of the violence stuff, especially some of the random violence that the show's known for, it has to have a purpose.
It can't just killing people.
Yeah, like that's like, you don't want to be gratuitous just for the sake of gratuity. You want to have it operate on another level, and this did. So I don't really
that exclamation point.
Yeah. So, and I thought they probably lingered on like the dead face there a little too long, but it's, I'm not gonna be too critical on it. It's crazy. Like, it's so crazy how many of these episodes, like most of these episodes, and actually probably my least favorite was the one where Tommen is named king. And that one has 100% on Rotten Tomatoes, and like all of these other ones are like 97, 94, and I'm like, really? Like, those are the ones that are questioning? What are you guys talking about? Anything else to say about the episode or this moment?
I don't. I'm glad that we talked about this moment in some detail, because it was a pivotal moment in the show. It's very pivotal, and just... It was Oberyn's hubris that killed him. He could have just stayed back, but
it's well constructed as well, because like you do get the feeling that Tyrion is like, I might actually I might actually win this. I might actually be okay. I might be able to get out of it. Also, though, like you also kind of want Oberyn. Like at this point, I'm hoping that like that wound to the mountain's stomach kills him. We'll see.
You do want that.
But I was really, I was pulling for it. This was a good one of those moments. I'm interested to see like Oberyn's. So like all of George R. R. Martin's deaths come generally because the character's no longer useful. I'm wondering what the use of Oberyn was aside from just being this champion for Tyrion in this moment. Like what other purpose he kind of served. And like why he wasn't useful for anything else. That's it. That's just like something I'm thinking about.
You should be.
Does he have more of a role in the book?
Yeah. Well, his hard to explain.
Why?
Because he doesn't. When he's alive, he doesn't really have much of a role, and when he's dead, he's dead.
Right.
And let me put it this way: things were in action before this happened.
So he was working towards something, and then this happened?
Yeah. There was work behind the scenes happening, and then this happened.
Does it end up continuing with Ilaria? Does she, like, continue the...
Not with Ilaria, but with the daughters.
Okay.
The sand snakes, and I don't know how far they're going to go with this, with the stuff that's going on in Dorne in the show. But as a reader, I slow down at all the Greyjoy chapters, but I read through the Dorne stuff. It's very interesting.
So who's in Dorne where you're at in the books? Who's in Dorne?
I haven't been to Dorne in a very long time. But it's Prince Doran and the Sand Snakes, and then his daughter, Princess Ariane.
Is it like a separate perspective, or is it one of the characters that we follow?
It is a separate. They are kind of all different perspectives.
Okay.
But this is a recurring perspective. His name is Ario Hota, and he's guard. He's like the captain of the guards for Prince Doran.
Oh, okay, cool, interesting. I wonder if he's going to be in the show, and if so, I wonder who plays him. I'm trying not to look ahead to these things. So
right, this is where
it gets me excited. I like to know, like, in the book what's going on, but like that way I can reflect on, like, okay, how are they doing this in the show? So that's cool.
It'll be your guess as good as mine. Like I said, I think these things are starting to spiral out, and I don't know how they're going to do it in the show. And if they decide to do it or not to do it, there's things going on.
Do you think George R. R. Martin is going to be able to create a satisfying conclusion to everything in 2 books?
I think they'll do like maybe the Winds of Winter Part 1 and Winds of Winter Part 2, but they'll both be released at the same time.
So you're saying that it's gonna be like 3 or 4 books?
I think so. He's gonna write it like 1 book, but
they're
gonna publish it.
It's 2 because it's Winds of Winter and Dream of Spring.
Right.
Yeah. So you think Winds of Winter is going to be so long that he's going to have to come out in 2 compendiums?
I think so. The rumor is it's 1,500 manuscript pages. Gosh. I don't know what that translates to in typeset. Okay. They might be able to squeeze it into 1.
So if you want to, we can have the conversation of the thing that I wanted to talk to you about. We can just have it off podcast, or we can have it on podcast. It's up to you. But I know we're going kind of long.
We're going pretty long, and it's getting late. I didn't know if you want to do it on the next podcast or if you want to do it now.
We can do it on the next podcast.
Okay, I'll let you know right now. I'm good with either way, honestly.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like it's not like we could talk about it at the end of the whole season of the whole series.
Oh, okay.
Do you think, because I went down a rabbit hole, do you think George R. R. Martin is sexist? Do you think D.B. Weiss and David Benioff are sexist, and why? And I think a lot of it is unconscious sexism.
That's kind of how I feel. Yeah.
Yeah. but I do think a lot of it. Go ahead.
I don't think George R. R. Martin is necessarily sexist. I think it's the world that he has constructed and the roles that they play in it. But right. No, I don't think it's sexist. It's the world that one could say, well, he created the world. It's like, well,
yes,
I don't really think that's a good argument to make. Just because, like, well, I mean, you know, he created the world, but a lot of his female characters find a lot of agency, and they can't do a lot of stuff that men can do, but they can do a lot in their own right in this world that's giving them their constraints.
I think George R. R. Martin is high fantasy or fantasy sexist. So I think that because he's a self-described feminist, and while I think people have said, like, when you look at the sexual violence against, and I don't know if this is the show or in the books, but like when you look at the sexual violence against male characters, it always serves a purpose. When you look at it against female characters, sometimes it has no meaning, and it's just brutal for brutality's sake. And then a lot of people point to what's her name? Sansa's friend in Winterfell. Jane Poole as like the worst example of sexism in the world. Now,
I'm not quite there yet. Okay. Theon just walked her up the aisle to be married to Ramsay.
Yes. Are you done with that chapter yet?
I am done with that chapter.
Oh, okay.
So like, we don't know what's going to happen to her.
Ramsay Bolton is married to Arya Stark now.
No, Arya Stark.
So I will say that it's fantasy world sexist in the sense that a lot of fantasy worlds use the same kind of template as Tolkien, or they will use specific rules that reinforce sort of like male dominance or male lead against female lead, and they'll use that as sort of like, well, you know, but that's just the way the world was. Again, the argument of, well, it's your world, you can create it any way you want, is still valid, because you have the choice to not make it, you know, an exact replica of you know, medieval Europe. And then there's other smaller things like Shadow Baby. Like, oh, the only way you can get Shadow Baby is by having sex with someone about it, you know, like.
Yeah, to be fair, that was not really revealed in the books. She just birthed the Shadow Baby. You don't know how it got there.
Right.
I mean, you never really
fair
get
enough.
An idea of how, but
and you know what? That's a bullet in favor of like George R. R. Martin did not explicitly state it.
Two other ones. You've got Daenerys, who is really coming into her own and learning how to rule, and she's a conqueror. She's an absolute conqueror and a woman, and but she doesn't know how to rule, and it's not something that's innate. You know, she needs advisors to help her.
Yeah, I don't think that George R. R. Martin is sexist in the way that I think David Benioff and D.B. Weiss are. By far, I think George R. R. Martin is much better because, again, I'm only going to use the first Game of Thrones book, but it's about even male and female perspectives in those books. It seems like he set out to make sure that he created a good number of strong female characters in very different ways. You know, and to make sure that they're all compelling and that you want to root for them, even if you might not want to read their chapters, you're still kind of rooting.
No, for them. Daenerys, of course, you got to root for Daenerys. Also in Dorne, women can be queens.
Okay.
In Dorne, and Dorne has always been shaky with the Seven Kingdoms. They're kind of like their own thing. They kind of want to be their own thing, but, you know, why can't we do all this stuff? Yeah, it's...
Okay. D.B. Weiss and David Benioff, on the other hand, I think are just, like, very unconsciously sexist. And sometimes in, like, really bad ways.
Well, the show is known for its nudity.
There's a lot of pointless nudity.
There is.
The one character... like we were talking to Mario and Gabe about, it's like the first character that was like an original creation of the show was a prostitute that they were very proud of and then proceeded to put in terrible situations. And that's just bad. I told them, it's like you could do the thing that they did with Roz, where it was just like things were always bad. Like they always put her in bad situations, whether it's, you know, like she has to have a really awkward like lesbian scene in front of Peter Baelish, or she's got to shove like a giant, you know, staff up another prostitute, or she's been beaten up because Cersei thought that was Tyrion's. And then they finally have a trajectory where they could put her in something good. And apparently that was too much good for her. And so then they just had Joffrey kill her with his giant crossbow. And they don't even, it's not even like a death scene. She's just dead.
I know. She and Shay couldn't help poor Sansa. We got to watch after this one. Yes, we do. And you're like,
yeah, we do.
What
this
cool,
is cool
political.
Hey, what
are they
going
to do? What plans are they going to foil? None.
It was like a great promise that didn't amount to anything. It was embarrassing. And then, as other people have pointed out, like the first time Daenerys lays with Khal Drogo, it's basically like rape. And then the scene with Jaime and Cersei and Joffrey's death plays out very different in the show than it does in the book. The way that they treat Sansa is very like I've never really been a fan of. It just seems like they don't know what to do with her. They keep calling her a silly little girl, which I guess is what Joffrey calls her, but they're like, it's like you don't have to use that insult in your inside the episodes.
She's actually really clever. She's very clever.
And the fact that like they do a lot of like male gaze framing, especially in this episode, it's really bad, where it's just like the perspective is not from the women, it's always from the men. The fact that
go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say the fact that after season 3 they don't have any female writers writing episodes,
or directors,
for that matter.
Yeah, my wife couldn't believe that when I told her that. Like, I don't think there's any more. After season 4, you have Michelle MacLaren, who did episodes 4 and 5.
She was my favorite of the directors so far this season. I think Michelle MacLaren is pretty awesome, but yeah, she didn't do anything else after this. So.
My wife couldn't believe it. You know, she's like, "Wait, you mean there's no other women who wrote episodes?" I went, "No." And there's no other women who directed episodes. No. And I'm looking down the list right now, like it's I don't see him. So, you know,
the fact that their favorite female characters are basically just like women who want to be like they're tomboys, and they don't have any business with women who want to like play the Game of Thrones, like Cersei. You know, They don't really have time for her. So that, or like, and the way that they treat Caitlyn, like, I feel like you could have written better stuff for her, but I don't feel like they did. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's just as little. Maybe she does just as little in the book as she does in the show. But she has the whole thing with her father that they don't cover. So that's a whole storyline that's just up in smoke. So and like even then, it's like they replace it with like, oh, let's replace it with more stuff from Robb, which is a smart idea. Like Richard Madden, great actor, very charming, but but you're taking away from what then? Yeah. You know what I mean? So, like we will see if this trend continues or if they get better as the show progresses.
What did your rabbit hole discover? Like, I'm sure you were looking on the internet for certain things, or do we have to table that until later?
We'll table it, and we'll probably come back to this at the end of the show. We'll come back to this.
We've got a lot of stuff to talk about. It's great.
Yeah, we do. We'll probably do a whole 4-hour episode of decompression of the season of Game of Thrones. But I am very excited for episode 9, and specifically episode 10. I'm so excited for episode 10. Any final thoughts?
No more final thoughts.
All right, let's close out this verse of the song for Sir Waymar P. Royce. I'm Matthew.
I am Lucas.
And we will see you next verse.